हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Hello. We are back. Friday morning. Amazing place. So finally, after yesterday's amazing taco which we had at with Vikas, we thought, let's explore more, and it was really nice. The taco, really touched that point in my soul. And so that soul really reacted a lot, and we drove today about 50 kilometers early morning to this place called the Farm Lore. Also, the good thing about the Farm Lore is that a couple of chefs who are going to be featured today are on it, and then for sure they're going to feed me. So that is exciting for me. And so we are back. Beautiful farm. See, I'm getting a hat today. So I picked this up all the way in the Margaret River, sunny Margaret River. It's sunny today, and we're going to have a beautiful Friday, right? Of course, many things to do. We are at World in a Plate Live. World in a Plate goes live for the very first time for charity. The industry is together, in this pandemic, during this time, which is very, very trying for us, for everyone. They've come together for the cause. Top chefs are cooking. You guys can cook along with them. I think last few days you have been cooking with them. You're having a really good time cooking with them. We're getting some amazing comments and contributions for the charity which we are supporting, the World Hunger Warriors. Please keep doing this. You guys are rocking it, Keep sending those amazing pictures of the meals you're cooking with our chefs. Please keep contributing. Appreciate these chefs, because these chefs have spent a lot of time making these special dishes for you from their homes, so that you enjoy yourself with your family, and we are able to feed more people with your contributions. So without too much to say, because I have a long day to talk about, many things to explore and tell you guys. I think we left off with my 2017 World in a Plate stories. Today the first chef is Tarun Sabal, a dear friend from Delhi. He set up a bunch of great restaurants, and he's also been a part of World in a Plate many times. He was the winner at the World in a Plate 2018, and especially talented guy. So I'm excited to see what he's going to cook. I hope you guys have gone to the website www.woap.in where you can see me. Go to the chef's section, check him out, download his recipe, get ready for an amazing masterclass. We're going to have an amazing time at this farm. I can see some beautiful coconut trees, there are mango trees. I can see a little calf there which I'm going to play with, and see you soon on the other side.
Hi guys, this is Chef Tarun Sibal and I'm with World on a Plate. I hope I am audible, loud and clear, and I hope you all can see me. So privileged to be part of World on a Plate this time, and let's wait for a few more people to join in so that we can go about the masterclass that we are here for today. I'm going to be cooking a wonderful dessert, something which is extremely simple yet very bold in terms of flavors, and there is a huge nostalgia. There are many memories that I have with this particular dish, and when I make, I'll talk about it. As I said, it's a privilege and it's a pleasure to be a part of the World on a Plate this time around, because the cause is so noble, the World Hunger Warriors, and the fact that we're trying to feed as many people as we can over the course of next few months. Guys, do donate whatever you can. This is for a noble cause, and I'm sure we will all sleep happy at the end of the day. We are stuck in a scenario where nobody wanted to be like that, but I'm glad we are recovering. I'm glad that things are opening up. I'm glad hospitality, food is shaping up back again. So do what you have to, guys, and we are doing what we have to. So what I'm cooking today is a dish called milk and maple toast, and it's something that brings to me my childhood back, because I remember my mom used to cook this milk and bread toast for me that would be slightly seared in desi ghee with a pinch of salt and some sugar. So it was a go-to soul kind of a comfort meal for me whenever I'm hungry, whenever I'm slightly out of sorts. So my mom would dish out this particular milk toast for me. So that was the idea. Now, how do you elevate? How do I make it something masterclass worthy? So there are many elements that we will use today. There are many. In terms of technique, this is fairly simple, but in terms of flavors, in terms of what kind of a kick it gives to you, and the amount of comfort and the amount of love and the amount of joy that this plate will bring to you would be enormous. And that's what my cooking style is. It's a lot of warmth on a plate. It's a lot of love on a plate and a lot of comfort on a plate. And I think that's what food and the joy of food and beverage is all about. So let's see, what all ingredients do we need for making my milk and maple toast. So the ingredients for my milk and maple toast, we start with a sourdough loaf. You can also use a rye bread, or I'm a big fan of pumpernickel bread if you can get hold of it. And if nothing else, then just the normal white bread or brown bread would do. I'm using a grapefruit to add the citrus element to this toast. You can also use a tangerine, an orange, anything citrusy. Cinnamon, a little bit of cinnamon. I'm using some microgreens. There is obviously peanut butter for the ice cream. There is maple syrup, which will be the sugar element, which will add the sweetness to my dish. This is full cream milk. We also have some cream, fresh cream. I have it two separately because I will use one for the citrus and one to make my toast. I also have some honey to sweeten up my cream. I have some caramel. I also have some oatmeal cookies for the end to add some texture to the element. I have some brownie trimmings to spice up the plate. I also have condensed milk. You can use a Milkmaid, or you can reduce the milk over a gentle flame, and this is the consistency we are looking at. And we have some vanilla bean ice cream to go along with it. This needs to be prepped up. So this will be the first thing that we will start working with, because I want to refreeze it in the next half an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some peanut butter to this particular ice cream with a little bit of honey. Be generous with the peanut butter, and like a $2. I'm using a grainier version of the peanut butter because I like the chunks of peanut to go along with it. You can, if you want a creamier version, you can use a creamier version too. So I'm incorporating the peanut butter with the ice cream, and it's a big mess because that's what we want, because even distribution of peanut butter and the vanilla bean ice cream. And then we will refreeze it so that when we finally use it, this becomes a peanut butter vanilla ice cream. I'm also using some caramel at this point of time, just to add another dimension to this ice cream. Also a little bit of honey. I'm not using any sugar in this recipe. It's all natural. It's all caramel is sugar, but we've transformed what sugar we're using. So again, like a mix. And once you add the caramel and the honey, don't mix it too much, because I would want the ribbons to show from the caramel and the honey. Now this is how it will look like, and we're refreezing it. We're putting it in the refrigerator for as much time as possible. 30 minutes should do the trick, if not an hour or plus. Let's put this in the fridge now. Now that we've kept our ice cream for freezing, and we'll give it another 30 minutes or 30 more than that, we will now prepare the next few elements of the dish, which is, I'm going to start with the citrus cream. So some fresh cream, some honey for sweetness, and I'm using this lovely grapefruit. It's something that I found in the supermarket, and it's a lovely fruit. It has this more than the citrus, it's the tartness that I fell in love with when I started using grapefruit. Plus the color. It's like almost like a salmon pink. There's no color like the grapefruit, as in you can call it the grapefruit color. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the peel of the grapefruit. I'm taking out the white as much as I can. I can also use a zester or something else, but I'm keeping it all the equipment that you need for this particular dish is probably a knife. So I'm just making like a slight julienne, and then I will finally cut this into small pieces that will go into the cream, and we'll add this lovely freshness and this vibrancy to the mixture. And you know what, sweet and tart and citrus goes hand in hand. It's you should always try to pair a little bit of citrus with the sweet. Chocolate and orange is like a match made in heaven. So these are all tried and tested versions of flavor combinations. Just it's a flavor explosion in your mouth. Be as fine as possible. You can also be a little bit messy. It's as I said, food is all about joy. Food is all about getting that warmth on a plate, and sometimes you can not be precise as well. You're okay being without being precise, so it's all right. So this is my citrus that goes into the citrus cream, and I'm not whisking it too much. I'm just layering it a little bit. This will add this. So we have honey, fresh cream, and the lovely grapefruit skin that we chopped. Now that we are at the grapefruit puree, I also want to take some segments out of the grapefruit that I will use a bit later. there's some lovely segments I want to take out. Between the skin, I'm just using my knife, the skin will guide me to take out these lovely segments. I just need a few, so I think this is about it. This is more than what we need. I'm just using these 4 segments. This will come later. This will be the last element of the dish. But now that I was on the grapefruit, so it was nice to do the segments right away. So we've done our citrus cream. We've done the ice cream is freezing. We've got our grapefruit. The highlight of the dish, which is my toast. And how do we impart flavor to the toast? And how do we process the toast? So it's the bread that will do a lot of talking. It's the way we cook it will do a lot of talking. And obviously the amount of dairy that we're going to use, the amount of love that we're going to add to my toast is going to do a lot more talking than what I'm doing at the moment. So let's now do the next step, which is the preparation of the toast. We were talking about how to now talk about the highlight reel of my dish. This bread, which is a day old. I'm not using fresh bread because anytime when we do an improvisation on a French toast, it's always nice to do bread which is a day old probably. And I'm going to give it a big chunky kind of a portion, almost like a crescent moon if I'm not wrong. I'm going to do a close. I'm going to do a slice like this, which is going to be the part of my highlight reel. I'm also taking out a little bit of skin off the bread because I want the dairy to seep in. I'm not removing everything because I also need some crispy bits. So probably half and half. So just done this. It's time to now give it a lot of flavor and some dairy. So I'm using milk. This is full fat milk and cream. Again, so almost like a half and half of cream and milk, and I'm using maple to sweeten my dairy. Be generous with the maple, it has this unique sweetness to it, native of Canada. So I'm now going to give it a small rough mix, and you can see that the maple has also imparted a little bit of color to this liquidy, lovely, syrupy dairy that we're using. And I'm going to now put the bread inside this mixture and give it a lovely coat and let it be inside for almost like a minute and a half, maybe more. Let the juices go inside the bread, it gets rehydrated, and then we will push it on the toast, on the flame. So while this is happening, I'm giving it a lovely twist. While this is happening, I'm going to heat up my butter, which is going to be the cooking medium for this particular dish. And I'm also going to brown my butter a little bit because the nuttiness that will give to the butter is going to be amazing. This will add another flavor element to the dish. And so we will only cook the bread once the butter is slightly brown or it's turning brown. And that's when the nuttiness of the butter will impart its flavor to the bread. And be generous with the butter, guys. There is no substitute for butter. There is no substitute for what butter can do in any of the dishes. So, as I said, I have used a big dollop, and I would want the butter to actually coat the bread in a lot of ways. There's one more thing that I'm going to add to this mixture. I'll probably sprinkle it around, which is my cinnamon. Again, dairy, cream and cinnamon again are match made in heaven. I'm not using a grater again, I'm using my knife, and this much amount of cinnamon would do a lot of good to the dish. The butter is about to change color. We'll wait for another 5 odd seconds before it becomes all frothy and all gooey. I think it's about time now, and it's also the right time for the bread to have soaked in all the juices. So I'm going to put it face down. And you can see already the butter has changed color, the dairy has started working, the bread will be toasted. And what I'm going to keep doing is going to keep adding the butter on top of the bread also. Almost like a steak. Almost like. So keep the heat on medium at this point of time, so that you don't overdo it. And it needs some good odd 5 minutes, some 4 to 5 minutes on one side for it to be cooked throughout. And you see this? See this? This is the lusciousness that we were talking about. This is all the oomph that we're talking about. This is what a chunky dessert looks like. I'm going to still cook it on one side more. And you know what, this is about it in terms of the kind of cooking we're gonna do, because it's a misconception that good food is always tricky. There are techniques that one would need to follow. There are ingredients that you will not have at your houses. There is, I don't know, equipment that you might need which you will not have. It's all untrue. It's I think good food is just about you putting your heart out on a plate, you making a statement on a plate. And I always tell my teammates, and they have queries about how do you make each dish special, and all I tell them is that add a lot of love and add a lot of confidence to what you're doing. As in, when you are having that pan in your hand and you have those ingredients with you at your disposal, use that strength, that inner strength to then now cook. If you will be wary about what you're doing, it will show on the plate. This is so healthy. And post the session, you can join me for a Q&A on my Insta handle, Talent Simple, and I would love to answer every query of yours about food, beverage, anything that you want to ask me. It will be a pleasure to answer that if I'm able to. And if I'm not able to, I will obviously come back to you in terms of the right answer. And again, that's again a lesson when you cook, that if you don't know something, it's you should ask. And if you don't know a technique, learn it. Don't shy away from what you don't know. It's actually a way to improve yourself, and that goes for not only food, for every other thing that you have in life. That's been my mantra. That's been something that I always have vouched for, and it helps me when I cook. So you can see that this is the side which is brown, has a lovely tinge to it, and I'm just slightly increasing now the flame, and I keep doing what I was doing. I'm going to add this nutty brown butter. So the butter is also not only cooking, but it's also an ingredient that we've used to flavor the bread. So it's not only a cooking medium, it's also a key ingredient in this toast of mine. I don't know about you guys, but I'm drooling. I'm not counting calories for sure. This is not for the faint-hearted. And if you want to still count your calories, go for a run, guys. Don't mess up with this toast. the butter can't be substituted, the maple can't be substituted. Same goes to the cream. I think the only healthy, so-called health portion on this is the grapefruit, and that's like a camouflage. You say, okay, I had a grapefruit for dessert. And no, don't talk about the bread, don't talk about the ice cream, don't talk about anything. Just say we had some grapefruit, and it should work. This is so awesome. What I want is a fine crust on the side of the bread, and I want it gooey in the center, but crisp on the top, so that there is that textural difference that we want for this. So though it's just a bread and butter, but you need a lot of love when you're cooking this. You need a lot of patience when you're cooking this. There's no easy way out. There's no, I can't do this in a minute. It will take some time. And that's the beauty about cooking. You should always have time at your disposal. You can't expedite a process. If something needs 5 minutes, if something needs 5 hours, you need to have those 5 hours. There is nothing that you can do about it. So a lot of people talk to me about this concept of a dal makhani, which is 24 hours cooked on a stove flame, or a rang, which is cooked 4 times, or anything for that matter, which require time. So you need to have that time at your disposal to cook and make the most out of it. So this is, I'm going to just leave it now for some more browning on each side, and till then we can now prepare the final elements of the dish, which is the plating, which is a lot of components being added to that plate, and let's see how it goes. So now the bread is all crusty and crisp on the outside, but I can feel that it's still soft in the middle, exactly how we wanted it to be. Just the final bit touches, and then we'll do the plating of the dish. So to plate the dish, again, we're looking at an abstract kind of plate for this particular dessert. It's not a very, it's a chunky dessert. It's almost like a very American style of something which is sweet, and not say like the French or anything else. So we're not looking at a very finesse plate, but we're looking at something which is chunky, gooey, inviting, and that kind of plating is the idea. So we'll keep it abstract. So I'm using my condensed milk, and I'm just throwing it on the plate. I'm not even placing it, I'm just throwing it. I'm just doing dips and dollops of it. Similar is what we do with our caramel next. Again, just a random mess that we're going to create. Finally, a little bit of honey. All 3 sugary elements on the plate. And I think it's now time for my toast, which will get a final browning now. And I'm going to take it out. I'm keeping it on one side. And we'll now add the other elements that we wanted on the plate. But I'm also going to add some more stuff on the bread, so that once you take that bite in, you should have all of it together. Chunky bits of the condensed milk. I'm refraining from honey at this point of time. The citrus cream that we made in the first go will become a key element. I'm just pouring it on the bread on one side. Adding my brownie trimming on the plate. and my oatmeal cookie. I'm baking my oatmeal cookie almost like a crumble on top, using my hands to this. So this will add a lot of crunch, a lot of texture to the elements. As I said, this is going to be a wonderful, messy kind of a dessert, and loads full of it. And guys, this is the sharing portion. Don't try this at home by yourself. This is a sharing portion. Eat it with people that you love. Eat it with family, friends. This is a celebration on a plate more than anything else. Time for some healthy elements. I am adding a little bit of grapefruit to my dessert so that it gives a lot of vibrancy, a lot of color, and also some tartness to the dish. Now, it's not Hemp, it's not very sweet. It has this bitter aftertaste to it as well. Adding a little green elements to the dish. This again will add some color, some freshness. And while I do this, somebody should help me with my ice cream that's laying out in the fridge. That will be the final element. So let me get that ice cream out from the fridge. So how's it looking, guys? Is it looking messy enough? Is it looking pretty enough? Is it looking oomph enough? I think it is. This is something spectacular, I think. And you know what? A lot of times what happens is that you conceive a dish and on paper in your head, and you know for a fact that once you transform this onto a plate, it will be that very, very special. So my ice cream is almost done. It's not fully set, but it works for the dessert. I can give it some more time, but this is also good enough. So my peanut butter ice cream, and finally some more greens. And voila, this is the final dish, guys. I want you to have a close look at this. This is what an awesome mess looks like. This is what sumptuousness, this is what voluptuousness looks like on a plate. This is oomph, as I call it. This is not for the faint-hearted. This is something for this is absolutely joy. This is pure joy. This is pure sinfulness on a plate. I'm salivating, guys. I'm literally salivating. So you saw this was simple. This was in terms of technique. This is something that you can replicate at your houses. All you need is a day-old bread and some ingredients at your disposal, and this is how you think like a chef. This is how you incorporate all these flavors, textures together into something which is pretty special on a plate. This now will be available at Street Stories in Indiranagar, Bangalore. It's my vegetarian craft kitchen, and I would love for all of you to come and give it a try. I'm sure you'll love it. This maple and milk toast will now be available at Street Stories. Thanks to Word on a Plate. Do remember, guys, to donate. It's for a humble cause. Anything that you can vouch for is going to be good enough. And as I said, I'm privileged. I'm proud to be part of Word on a Plate this year, because the cause is so noble, the cause is so humble, and it is a proud moment for me to do this plate for you today. I hope you liked it, and now you can catch me for the Q&A on my Insta handle. I would love to answer all your queries, all your questions about the dessert, about the plate, about being a chef, about food and beverage in general, the hospitality industry, or any other thing that you want to ask me. It would be an honor to be interacting with you. Looking forward to having you guys, and keep cooking, make the most of it, spend your time with your loved ones, and celebrate food. I think that's one of the biggest joys that you have in life. Keep celebrating, keep enjoying. Bon appetit. Thank you. I'll see you on the other side with the Q&A. Cheers, guys.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Johnson and Maitri, the founders of Farm Law, where we are right now as well. We also have some very, very big news. Jock Zonfrilo, 230, the judge of MasterChef Australia, for the very first time in India, talking to an Indian audience. You have to join us. You have to make sure that ask questions about world, and about the MasterChef Australia story, and absolutely, I'm excited to know what's happening with him, and what's happening with the MasterChef kitchen. What's the scenario has been after the new judges have taken over. So that's one, and of course Manish Mehrotra at 4:30. Every MasterChef fan should log on at 2:30, because we have, like I said, Jocks on Freelo coming in. Ask him any question about your contestants. Of course, it's not aired in India at the moment, but they finished the season in Australia. You need to ask him questions about what's been happening and what's not. So we're just waiting for Tarun, just looking for where he is. Tarun. So just to carry on, we have, like I said, a power pack lineup today. Masterclasses from Johnson and Maitri, amazing duo from at the Farm Law. Farm is beautiful. There are these calves. I'm running around. You'll see some amazing. We're trying to catch up with a lot of fun. Finally, we're out of our home, so we're trying to catch up with some fun and stay locked on. Where are you going to watch these masterclasses? WOAP.in. That's the website. So we've integrated our videos. All the lives are on the website. We are all, like I said, we've got jocks on freeload 2:30 and 4:30. Manish Mehrotra, the person behind the Indian accent, the legendary Indian accent. So conversations with them are going to happen. Apart from that, of course, master classes from Nishant Chobe, one of the most decorated chefs. So now we have DIY kits. You guys can go join the DIY kits. You can buy DIY kits. Hi Tarun, how are you?
Hi, Kiran, how are you?
Good to have you.
Likewise, always an honor.
How's lovely masterclass? Thank you for doing this for us. You've been a great supporter of World in a Plate. Very, very humbled to know that each one of you all have been contributing, spending time with us, taking away time with us. How are things with you, Tarun? How's Delhi? The great thing about this thing is that I'm meeting friends from all over Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, sitting from here from my Instagram. That's what's amazing for me. And while many people have told me about your masterclass, finally I got to see it for the first time.
I'm glad you saw it. And as you were talking about, Delhi is just restarting to get the sentiment back, Kiran, as in people are willing to move out. I think Raksha Bandhan played a very important role last week, as in a lot of families moved out. The local markets, the local sweet shop saw some buzz. And I think now it's time for the restaurant and the F&B industry to see some people back, the early movers who are who want to go back to restaurants, who want to meet people, who want to see, obviously in a COVID compliant manner. And I think all restaurants have done their very best to ensure that utmost safety is provided, not only to the consumers, but to their own employees as well, because those are also important. They're working with limited number of people. They're working their ass off in terms of making sure that the experience that they want to give to their consumer is right up there, inclusive of the compliance and the safety angle to all of it. I hope everybody moves out. I hope everybody goes back to dining out and going out for a coffee or for a dessert. Anything is good at the time.
I'm 100% sure, because yesterday I was also chatting with Anuti Vishal, and she hasn't stepped out in the whole of the lockdown. And yesterday she said she went for a drive, and then she was almost stepping into a hotel to have a drink. And so at least the thoughts are out, and people are, I think, they're learning to live with the crisis. And while you are safe, it's very, very important to go and live your lives, right? So, and of course, the reason, another big reason, apart from the charity, for us to do this cause and this initiative is to just bring you guys together, also bring back some cheer in the industry. We are the most ignored industry in India. And I'm absolutely happy that you guys are all joined hands, and in a small way, but I feel it's a large step. I'm sure there are associations and stuff like that. But this thought, I feel that we can move forward from here. So, what are your? How have you moved businesses? In terms of what's the style of business you have complied with as an entrepreneur?
Initially, we were trying to sit out the storm and then gradually look at in terms of what should be the best practices in terms of opening, and what should be the offering. So we are working with, say, like half the staff, and we wanted to ensure that when the consumer comes back into our premises, our restaurants across the country. So I have one in Goa, one in Bangalore, Street Stories, one in Gurgaon, a couple more in Delhi. So the idea was to also offer them something new, which adds a little bit of freshness, and more than anything else, the comfort of they coming back to a place which is their own, where they're known, everybody knows that what they want to have. So that warmth, to give them that warmth back, was the key. Also, the sense of security, that you are almost as secure as you are back in your room. That was the kind of impetus that we wanted to bring out when we opened. So freshness in the menu, absolute COVID compliance, and that assurance of warmth and comfort and safety was of utmost importance. Delivery also became a big player for us. A lot of people wanted to dine out with us, but in their homes, they wanted to have the same food, the joy of that plate, but in their own home. So we actually transformed our menus to make it delivery friendly, because a lot of my plates have like 10 elements to go inside. So you can't really transform all of that into delivery. But we managed to do a lot of it. And Street Stories was an example. It's the delivery for Street Stories has become a huge success. Similar is the case with Stay Woke. We are also hoping that very soon the alcohol, the consumption will also see some daylight in terms of restauranting. And I think that will be the clincher in a lot of ways, because I can dine at my homes, I can order in, but having my own whiskey sour at the bar stool that I like to sit on is an unparalleled experience. So I feel that as soon as alcohol really opens up, I think you'll see a lot more people coming out, and it's rejoicing a little bit more.
Yeah. No, though Bangalore is like, I think we are competing with the country to be number one in COVID, but in terms of cases, people are actually going out and they're eating, and they're having a great time. Because this weekend we saw, I was around, I was at Sanchez yesterday. Lots of people, and last weekend and this yesterday as well, we saw a lot of people eating out, and I think it's going to come back. I'm excited about this journey. I also saw Sandesh yesterday with Sandesh from Chennai. Lots of people, their delivery business has changed and they've restructured their whole business, and it's exciting to see that we are all in this together. So thank you, Tarun, for such a beautiful masterclass, and please, thank you for your time, and I hope I see you soon in either Delhi, Bombay, Goa, in all your restaurants.
I'll be back very soon. I think we're just waiting for Bangalore to open up again back. I was there a month prior, but hopefully I'll be back soon.
Absolutely.
And thank you, World on a Plate, and Kiran, thank you for this lovely opportunity to, you made me part of something so memorable, and the cause is so noble, so humble. The World Hunger Warriors, as in, there's so much that can be done on this front, and kudos to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on
Yes.
our and doing a beautiful masterclass. So for those who are watching, this is World in a Plate goes live. We are live right now. Tarun just finished his masterclass. We've got, we are actually at a farm called Farm Lore. We've got the founder of Farm Lore doing a masterclass next. After that, there's Maitri from Farm Lore doing, they're pushing the envelope. You have to check it out. It's on the website. Go log on and check it out. The third person who's going to come on stage is going to be Jobs on Freelo, the chef, the judge of MasterChef Australia. Please log on, ask questions. MasterChef Australia is a massive franchise. All you guys should ask questions. What's happening? Things have changed, but they've had a really good season. Though I think they're going to start streaming live in India soon. So stay logged on, go cook along, and I'm sure you guys have had a great time seeing
कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
these beautiful baby calves. You know, it's so exciting to play with them. I haven't seen a baby calf for a long time. I'm gonna go play with them. They're running away from me. Hey, welcome back. You know, I'm just having the best time of my life. I finally got to I was trying to creep upon the calf which I was eyeing at, and she ran away, but I'm going to find her for sure by the end of today. And really, really cute calf, and the farm is so beautiful, and something which I haven't been to for a while, thanks to the lockdown. Yeah, so we are, at World on a Plate Live. Very, very special event for us. It is an event for charity. I'm going to quickly say thank you to Tarun. That was a lovely dish, and amazing stuff. Keep that going. You know, you guys have to keep pushing the envelope, and that's what World on a Plate gives platforms for. So absolutely something which I want to talk about today is my personal experience on failures. And if you do not learn from failures, rather if you learn from failures, you actually haven't failed. So that's what happened in 2017, where we left off yesterday. So we were trying to do back-to-back events in Bangalore and Mumbai, 2 days of World on a Plate. Typically, World on a Plate is a 2-day event, but on that year we did 1 day in Bangalore, 1 day in Mumbai, and like I told you, we almost missed the flight to Mumbai, and I knew that deep down there was something different which was happening, and I never felt it was completely wrong, but you get that feeling which was different, right? And so after we almost missed the flight, the whole crew lands up in Mumbai, and the chefs land up in Mumbai, and my backup crew who's going to take the next flight was of course supposed to join us on the next flight, and we start production. How massive World on a Plate can be. Start production for the next day. Happens that we had such bad luck at that time that brilliantly all 10 of them missed the flight. And tell me about it, the nightmares I got that night. And of course I'll tell you why they missed the flight later. It was quite a silly reason, but they missed the flight. And post that, next day was almost a disaster. We had a lot of starting issues, production, how production can get, right? It's very, very difficult. To add to that, that was, I think, 4th of June 2017. India and Pakistan met for the very first time in 5 years. The venue was close to empty. Typically, World on a Plate gets 5,000, 8,000 people. We had 1,000 people. But everyone who came there, I promise, had the best time of their lives. That is what I took that from that failure. And then we realized from 2018 we have to do a minimum of 2 or 3 day festival. And then that's history. So we've been creating history for the last 5 years now, and I'm happy to say that we lived that moment. Coming back to the pandemic, to a great extent, I see how humanity has worked around its successes, but also we'll have to dig deep and see how many times have we failed, what all have we done, right and wrong, mostly the wrong things, and we pick that up and we become a better place to live. So let's learn from what we are, many of us are learning so much during this time. People are getting fitter. There's so many good things. Let's take the good side of it and go from here. Quickly moving on, this is about my failure. I'm sure you guys can, tag me and talk to me on my Instagram, Kiran Sons, founder of World on a Plate. Talk to me about it. This today is exciting. The last person who's going to make, who's going to do a masterclass today is Simon Tui, a dear friend again from Australia. I have a lot of friends in Australia. He just finished MasterChef 12, season 12. Very exciting cook. Go and his DIY kit is available today. Just go and order it. Exciting stuff. Cauliflower is going to make something amazing out of cauliflower. Go get it. It's available on Swiggy Genie. You can of course go to the website, click on it, and maybe there are very few orders left. Cook can get it. So many chefs doing their master classes today. World on a Plate goes live for charity, like I said. The next chef is really exciting for me because I love Indian chefs who are pushing the envelope around the world. Johnson, who is the co-founder of Lore and place we are at, he appeared on the Michelin Guide. His dish appeared on the Michelin Guide 2018 in Singapore and Malaysia. And I'm going to go on and talk to him about it in a bit. I'm going to talk to him about, ask him those questions. But his masterclass is just about to start, and I'm going to give him the center stage. Do remember, this is World on a Plate goes live. It's for charity. There is a link for charity, Keto link. Go contribute your hearts out. The restaurants, 35 of the top restaurants around the country are participating with their signature dishes. Go and order. Give them some joy. They want to give you joy. Go and give them some joy. Order. And so we're going to have a great Friday, and looking forward to come back and catch up with you soon.
Johnson here from Lore, and today we are at Farm Lore, which is a farm right in the midst of Bangalore. Right here we are growing about 120 odd species of plants and other pulses and things like that. We have our own cows, we have our own chicken farm as well, and whatever we grow here is all about natural farming. Like every single thing what we do here is completely organic, and it's in tune with the nature. So the kitchen which is going to come over here, and it's almost COVID has been a little bit hard on us as well. So the kitchen, which was the restaurant which was about to open back in March, has now taken some time now, and it should be there in another 2 months or so. So that's about Farm Lore. But Farm Lore again is going to be a space where we are going to celebrate nature. And everything here is going to be completely in tune with what we do to nature. So even the cooking, it's not going to be on gas, it's going to be on wood, because there's quite a lot of mango trees all around, and all these trees contribute to the fuel for us. So we want to do that, age-old cooking of going back to the roots. Again, L is for local work, where we use quite a lot of local influences, local cuisines, and so many other producers as well. O is for omnisense. That's another thing which we are looking at. It's about play of senses. R is again going back to our roots, and then E is eclectic. So that's what Lore is about. But again, Farm Lore is a concept which is born from Lore, where we want to keep it much more simple and much more sustainable as well. So we want to reduce the carbon imprint as well. That's another thing which we are looking at. We don't want to rely on food which has been flown all the way from France or all the way from Japan. We totally rely on producers which are right next to us, which are not given so much of importance. But again, those are beautiful raw materials which are from the very heart of our land. So one particular thing which we are going to do today is about the Banur lamb. Like the Banur lamb is the Wagyu of lamb. That's what people in Karnataka call it. It's basically a lamb which has so much of fat into it, and because the breed, that particular cattle breed back in Mandya, which is about 150 odd kilometers from here, has this peculiar and unique variety of sheep, which are bred for basically milk. The milk is very fat content is really high, and it's bred for so many other things. One basic thing is for the meats. These meats goes really high during the time of Bakrid and so many other festivals. But again, these are the meat which are from this particular land. Again, which we don't really see upon, because when it comes to luxury dining and all the things, we always tend to look at lamb which is from either Australia or from New Zealand. But this particular lamb is right under our nose, and we have never seen it for this long time. So this, so I've got the lamb loin, which I've cleaned it, now, and this exactly what the lamb loin looks like, which is basically from the from the ribs. So we just take the meat out, and I've cleaned it and kept it. So you can use any lamb. It could be a boneless lamb, or it doesn't have to be really banur, but banur gives you that perfect quality which you're looking at, what we want to cook at. So if you actually see it, I've cut the lamb, into a slice, which can cook really, really fast. So that's how the lamb is. And then the other ingredients which we are looking at here are, we have some, the chilies which I've plucked from the farm around, which is the bird eye red chilies. And then we got some dry red chilies as well. We got some onions and tomatoes. We got these, which are nothing but the huli greens, or pulisopu they call it here in Karnataka, which grows around the wild everywhere, and these are really, really good as well. It tastes a little bit tangy, a little bit sour, and these are one of the best things to cut down all those all those tissues when you actually marinate the lamb. So I've got pretty much 2 bowls of them. One is for my garnish and one is for my puree. And then I got some garlic, I got some fenugreek, I got some kachampuli, which is nothing but a tamarind, which tends to have more sourness to it, which is dried and a little bit smoky in nature as well. Then you got some peppercorns. You got some borage leaves, or otherwise known as ajwain leaves, back here. It's actually very good, at this point of time, when you're fighting a little bit of cold and stuff like that. What my grandma used to do is put it in a little bit of hot water with some pepper, boil and give it to us. It cures. And people here in Karnataka actually fry them as fritters as well. That's one really good thing. It kind of has that oregano-ish ajwain flavor. Okay. Then we got some cumin and some rock salt, and then we got some rice, which is nothing but the local rice you get from in Karnataka, which are those short grain rice. And then we got some horse gram, which has been soaked overnight. So we have soaked this horse gram. So the horse gram tends to leave a bit of color. So that's what it is. So we don't want to discard that water, because we are going to make a stock out of it. So again, today, what we are going to do today is we are going to split this into 4 different parts. The first one, where we are going to marinate the lamb. The second one, we are going to prepare the stock. The third one is where we are going to prepare the accompaniment, which is the rice and the horse gram. And the last one, which is the 4th one, is where we are going to plate that particular dish. So it's going to have 4 little parts. So for the first step, we are going to marinate the lamb, as I told you. That's step 1. For that, we need to broil some cumin seeds. A little bit of peppercorns. 3 tablespoons of peppercorns. Some fenugreek. A lot of places. As it broils, you need to add the other ingredients as well. As I was telling you about the borage leaves. So the borage leaves goes inside. A little bit of garlic. And the kachampuli. So this one, you need to break it down a little bit. Rock salt, and then whatever we have broiled, it goes inside. Goes inside. You need a little bit more of this, and then a little bit of water. just enough to grind and make a paste out of it. You could use a mixer, you could use any blender. Mortar and the pestle would do the job perfectly well as well. But then, even a blender or a hand blender is just fine. So as you blend it, you get that aroma of those spices just breaking down and mixing up, blending with the whole of borage and the huli sopu. The marination time, ideally I would say somewhere between an hour or so, at least an hour or so. But then if you leave it overnight, it's always going to be much more better. So I've got the marination, which I'm going to put it on the lamb, and it allows it to sit on this lamb, overnight. Overnight is the best. If not, if you have 1 hour, it's totally fine as well. So that's stage one, which is basically, I'm going to run it down once again for you. We broil the spices. Basically, we got a little bit of cumin seeds, some peppercorns, some fenugreek. We broil them. We add a little bit of borage leaves and some chilies in there, and some kachapuli with a little bit of huli sopu, which are those greens, which are a little bit tangy. So we have blended them into a paste, and then we have marinated the lamb, which is ideally the banur lamb, if not, the normal lamb as well. That's perfectly fine, or mutton, whichever you get your hands on. This could even suit with your chicken as well. But again, if you're going to do it with the chicken, add a little bit of less pepper, because chicken is a little bit of a milder meat. So add a little bit of less pepper to it. So this is going to sit in the refrigerator overnight, which will do wonders. If not overnight, just an hour or so. So this is stage 2. What we are going to do now here is we are going to do the stock, where we are going to put the rice and the other accompaniments with. So for that, as I before told you, we're going to pluck some onions. So we have got some onions which we plucked from the garden. We got some tomatoes which we took. I love these tomatoes which have fallen off the creeper basically. These have a little bit of more flavor onto it. As it was not holding on to that particular plant. So these tend to have a bit more flavor. So it's actually good for your stock. So we got one onion and one tomato. That's going to do the magic. Not anything more. So it's just a rough cut. You guys don't need to sweat on this a lot. It's just a rough cut, basically nothing. If you want to take the skin off, it's up to you. If you don't want to take the skin off, it's a different thing as well. Just a rough cut, there's one tomato. Sometimes we don't tend to take these kind of tomatoes out, but these tomatoes have more flavor in them. So that's what we're going to do. And then the other main important ingredient in the stock is the residue which we have been collecting by soaking the horse gram basically. So we soaked these horse gram last night. As you could see, these are soaked really well, and we got quite a lot of nutrients which are coming out as we soak them. So what we are going to do now is, it's pretty simple. The same pan where we have broiled our spices. So use that same pan as well. Add a little bit of onions into them, and the tomatoes. Add some garlic. some peppercorns. And some red chilies. Cook them off. And then this liquid which is left. Just add it there and allow it to boil, like the best time I would say suggest this, like let's say 20 minutes or so. Allow it to boil so that you could get that good little stock which has so much of flavor and depth. You collect it and keep it for you to cook it further. So that's about it. So this is stage 2 where we have prepared the stock, which is basically taken out, spread a little bit of onions, a little bit of spices in there and some tomatoes, and we have used the water where we have soaked the horse gram. So that's exactly what's going in. All right. So allow it to boil. That might take another 10 or 15 minutes or so. So as it boils, we are going to prepare the other stuff as well. So yeah, as this is going to boil or simmer for let's say 20 minutes or so, we are going to prepare the accompaniment which is going to pair with our lamb, our banud lamb. So for our pairing of the banud lamb, we are going to use, as I said, the soaked horse gram with a little bit of rice, where it's going to be cooked more of a sort of a porridge kind of a consistency, more like a porridge or more like a khichdi of sorts, but it's going to have that most comforting feeling to it. Like that's what we are going to do. So for that, you need not much. You just need half an onion at the most. Just need a little bit of onion just to give that. Just half an onion and some garlic. Half an onion is good. And some garlic. So garlic, rough chop, nothing much. Just got some garlic and some onions. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to transfer these to the back range. And I've got another pan here. Another pan here. Let's fry it off. A little bit of ghee. This is an house-made ghee for us. We get from the Alika cows here, but then you could use any ghee. Desi ghee is just fine. Just a little of ghee, and then again a little of cumin. So we got some ghee and cumin seeds just crackling in there. This is washed and soaked rice. 4 spoons of it. Just fry it in ghee and add 4 spoons of that and 4 spoons of the soaked horse gram. Allow it to fry a little bit before we add on the stock. As it's getting fried, you add your chopped onion and garlic into it. Normally we add the onion and garlic first, but this is a different way of preparing. You want the rice to be fried before you add your onions and garlic, because the onions and garlic have to be really soft as your other things tends to cook into it. at home, I would say you would need a little bit more time for that particular stock to cook. But then what I'm doing here is I'm going to go ahead and you see the time, it's like 10 minutes since that stock has been there. So I'm just going to use that stock. But ideally I would say like it's better for you all to cook that stock or simmer that stock for ideally for 30 minutes before you go to this next process. You know? Like the rice is getting fried with the horse gram really well. And now we got the stock which we're going to strain. Then we are going to add on to this so what's going to happen is we can always keep a little bit of stock for us to later finish it off. But what's going to happen now is, because we have fried the horse gram and the rice, it's going to impart a nice little flavor onto the stock, and that's going to complement the lamb when you are going to grill them. Ideally, what we here at Farm Road will be doing is we'll be cooking them over wood fire. As I said before, we are going to get those mango woods and we are going to cook in those mango wood open fire. So that's going to impart a lot of flavor as well. But at home, I would say just go ahead, toss it up on your tawa over a high heat and cook that lamb, which I'm going to do next. So you leave this. This is going to take at least let's say another 15 to 20 minutes for it to actually cook and come to that consistency where it's going to resemble a little bit like your khichdi or a porridge or a risotto of sauce. But that's how it's going to be, and that's going to complement the soft, succulent nature of the lamb, which is going to be fried later, right? Every now and then we're going to actually add a little more stock which you already have stored into this and stir it around. Keep stirring because the rice tends to have a lot of starch as well as the horse gram, which is going to stick to the pan. And at the same time, don't leave this lamb. If you leave a little bit more, it might overcook, but then this lamb is almost there, I would say. It's almost done. Now we are going to plate it. But again, it depends upon how you want to plan yourself and how you want to cook as well. So right now I'm cooking only for just for one portion because Balur lamb is a little bit of an expensive commodity, so you just want to cook one portion. But most of the time at home you could cook in any lamb or any given lamb. But again, the best feature or the best way to enjoy this particular thing is by marinating it overnight and cooking all the way through in your pan itself. That's where most of the nutrients are. And I'm going to just use all these herbs which I've got it from here to just cover it off. This puli sopa is going to taste really well with the lamb, although it's marinated previously as well. It's going to add a little bit of freshness to this particular dish. And these purple flowers are nothing but the same flowers of same flowers of the huli sopa as well. So there you go. Chaat banur lamb with house gram and house gram porridge with local rice, all from Karnataka.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Chef, hi,
Hey,
how
Kiran,
are
how are
you?
you?
Smells so good.
Thank you, thank you. Just been cooking some banur lamb, and that's what it is.
Yeah, so I've been walking around the farm. It's just beautiful, you know. It's such a beautiful farm, and the calves are so cute. I tried to catch a few of them, bad luck. It's been amazing. So what's happening?
I've got some jackfruit for you then.
Wow. So I was telling them that I definitely want to eat jackfruit because one of my favorite fruits and lovely. So what do you cook, chef, today? Because of course I've introduced it. I mean, I was just so busy. Your farm took me away.
Okay. That's actually a good thing. So
Yeah.
we always want to get over here, and we always want to get away from the city. So we found this beautiful little space, which is where we are growing around 130 odd species of plants over here. So every single thing what we do here is from this particular environment. So this is all about celebrating nature.
Nice.
So basically, if you see this particular plate over here, it's got the traditional huli sopa.
Oh wow.
So it's grown all over here. So we just came in the morning, we foraged it everywhere, and that's what is there in our plate, And then there's a beautiful piece of lamb right at the bottom, and it's actually the local banur lamb, which is within this area. We want to cut down on those carbon footprint, and that's why we got it right over here inside. So what we do is we actually marinate that with all the spices and herbs which we get all around this farm.
Lovely.
So and then we cook it on the spit fire, But then right now, as it's a test kitchen, so I'm just cooking it on this, on a pan.
How long is this place gonna take to set up?
It's going to take at least a month or so, give or take. But we are already there. We are doing a test. Every day we'll be developing recipes over here. There's almost like we don't believe on a set menu. We want to do a blackboard menu. So whatever we forage or whatever we get on that particular day, it's going to be there on the menu.
Nice.
So that's what we are doing.
So what's your background and how did you start? And I'm sure you've got an illustrious career, but we want to, of course, keep it quick. Because,
keep it quick, yeah. I don't want to talk long, but then
absolutely.
it's almost like 20 years. I used to work for Taj Coromandel. I started my career over there. Then moved on to the US, worked there for 8 years or 9 years, doing scraps, all kind of restaurants. And then I found my other gig when I moved to Malaysia, where I was heading a kitchen called Nadodi, which came on in the Michelin Guide. And then I said, why am I doing all this over here in Malaysia, which was not my country? And then that's when I connected with my longtime friend, which was Kaushik. And then Kaushik said, Johnson, come over here, come to Bangalore, and let's try something what we always want to do. And this is Kaushik's farm, and then he gave us this beautiful place for us.
Kaushik and Atria Foundation have really done great. I mean, the World on a Plate, as you know, all you guys have supported. It is for charity. The Atria Foundation has fed 150,000 people for almost 60 days. Every day, 150,000 people. I think they're most generous guys, and I'm so happy that it's, I never expected Atria to have such a beautiful investment like the Lord property, and I'm glad to be here. I definitely want to I want to meet your other chefs. I think the next chef is, celebrated and worked at the Noma.
Yeah.
Maitri was going to do the next masterclass. I definitely want them to come.
As I said, it's a very small core team. It's just the three of us. So there's
Maitri and Avinash, right?
Maitri and Avinash.
Please come, join us. We're going to get busy in this area.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you? How are you? We're still keeping some social distancing, I guess, because, as much as we can.
As much as we can.
So, Maitri, tell us about your dish coming up right now, and you're doing something sweet, I guess.
Yes, a dessert.
Say dessert.
Yeah.
I want to know about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's not a very traditional dessert like how you probably expect in restaurants.
Yeah.
Using our philosophy at Farm Lower and a lot of fermentation that's going to happen. So we've been growing a lot of kombuchas in the past 1 month. So I thought we can make a dessert based on the kombucha. So kombuchas can be used in a lot of different ways. So one way is like
Is kombucha a fad?
No.
Not it. Okay.
No, I think it's very good. I like kombucha. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be kombucha glazed roasted carrots with some fresh berries to give the freshness, and some halikor milk that we have made into yogurt, like a espuma, and then a crispy milk on top.
You got a dairy here as well.
Yes,
I see
we have
a full family of cows. And
we got like 18 cows.
Beautiful, family.
18 cows and almost like 40 chickens. We are going to be, taking all those eggs away. But then, that's how it goes. Yeah.
Lovely. So I'm excited to see your masterclass, and and Avinash, where are you from, and why did you join Lore? We are so excited that we are promoting chefs like you, people who've gone around the world, come back to their passion, and especially today's Sustainable Friday, and lots of chefs, even the chef, Simon is one of the winners, runners-up of MasterChef. Today's is going to do a masterclass. He's about sustainable food. It's exciting to have all you guys do these things, and why? How do you guys? I mean, in this pandemic, how are you coping to this situation?
The pandemic is another thing,
Yeah.
We were supposed to start Farm Load in the month of March, so everything got stagnated and all the workers have gone back. Some of them are not here, and we have just managed to start it back again. But again, it's going to take a little bit of time, and then there's logistic problems as well.
Sure.
But then, as of now, we are doing pop-ups, and we do lore at home, and then we do weekend pop-ups or weekend takeaways, which we do. So that's also got really good responses from the
I ate your sarnuts. It was unbelievable.
Thanks.
Amazing stuff. Looking forward to it. Sorry, where are you from? And quickly, I want to know more. But I cut you off that time. So sorry.
I'm from Chennai.
All of us are.
All of us are from Chennai.
Yeah.
So I did my graduation from Kombucha, Manipal. She's my senior actually.
Okay.
So
That's why she's tying your hair.
so yeah.
So you're excited basically about lore and
Yeah, very much excited. Like it's very close to me as is for Chef Johnson and Chef Maitri as well.
So you guys are doing an amazing job, I must say, and thank you for being part of World in a Plate. Huge respect for you guys to follow your passion, and I know this is going to be a really great place, and I'm happy to be here with my crew, and thank you for taking care of us, and see you guys soon on the other side, and thank you again from the team at Lore, Farm Lore. Thank you guys.
Stay safe.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Hi guys, good evening. I'm Maitri, chef at Lore and Farm Lore. Welcome to Cook with MasterChef, and I'm really happy to be a part of this World on a Plate fundraising event. So Lore being a part of the Asia Foundation, I have been a small part of how we have been serving around 1,50,000 meals every day during this pandemic for 60 days. And I'm very grateful to be a part of this too. So the previous episode, I'm sure you saw Chef Johnson, who's my colleague, talk about our upcoming restaurant, Farm Lore. So I'm sure you've got a fair idea about what we're going to do. So I'm going to go straight into what we're going to make today, and then in the course I'll explain further about what we'll be seeing today. So today we'll be making kombucha glazed fermented carrots with some fresh berries, yogurt and crispy milk. Fermentation is going to be very an important part in Farm Lore, so I thought it's a good chance to showcase what we're trying to do. We'll also learn about how to make kombucha. So the ingredients needed for today are going to be some baby carrots. We've got some rainbow carrots here, some blackberries. We've got some fresh blackberries. For the yogurt mousse, I'm going to be using halika milk from our farm, some white chocolate, yogurt. These three go into this, and I'll be flavoring with a bit of cardamom. And then for the kombucha that I'll be showing you how to make, I'll be using marigold and jaggery. And for the glazing part, just butter. I've got some kombucha in the back. For garnish, some wood sorrel, hulisoku, similar to what Chef Johnson had used. Some peanut flowers, And for the crispy milk, I've got some Halico milk too, and I've added a bit of around 1 tablespoon of sugar to this milk. So let's get started with the thing that takes the longest and tricky part, the crispy milk. So for the crispy milk, you'll need quite a good non-stick pan, so that you don't want crispy milk is basically a little bit scotch milk, so you don't want it to get stuck. Heat your pan, a non-stick pan, wipe it dry, and you need about 60 ml of milk. That usually fits into this pan perfectly, 60 to 80 ml. And let it sit on medium to low heat, and this is going to take a while. So by then, let's get started with the mousse. So what we're going to be today doing today is a yogurt mousse, siphonnated, basically aerated white chocolate and yogurt mousse. If you don't have a siphon, which a lot of you might not have in a home kitchen, I'll teach you an alternative method to do that too. So for that, we'll be using this bowl. I've got around 80 grams of white chocolate here. So in regards, when I talk the chocolate, I'll tell you, the Halico milk is generally a little bit high on fat, so that's good. If you are only accessible to low fat milk, it probably won't work, because you need a good amount of fat to produce that milk skin which is required. So preferably a high cream milk, about 6 to 8% fat is good. And the extra bit of sugar that I've added is because the milk that we get in India is not high in sugar content, so you won't get a good color. So I've added a bit of unbleached sugar that we use as farm flour. So the white chocolate. I'm just going to move this milk skin behind so that it can just happen slowly behind. At lowest heat, and I'm going to boil in some milk, around the 200 ml of milk for 80 grams of white chocolate is what we're using in today's recipe. This gets cooled down a little bit. Let's take the yogurt in another bowl and whisk that up a little bit too, so that we get the consistency right for both of them to get combined, instead of forming a bit of lumps that you don't want in here, because those lumps can get stuck in the siphon. I've used around 8 grams of yogurt here. Okay, slowly let's put in the milk. Add in a little bit milk the first, get it to a slightly liquidy consistency, and then you can pour the rest of the milk inside at one shot. Okay, yeah, I think we're good to go. So I haven't added any extra sweetener to this because it has white chocolate. I think that acts and gives that sweetness enough for the yogurt mousse. I'm going to pour this into the fry pan. Okay, so if you look here, just a minute, this is how the milk skin starts forming. So since it's induction, there's one side of heat that's overtaking the other. This part of it is a bit scorched, but if you're using a range and if you keep it on low, I think by now you should have gotten an even caramelization that happens over the milk skin. Back to the yogurt mousse. First charge. Okay, you shake it well. And then a chef always says rest it a bit after the first charge before you charge the second one. So let it rest it a bit. And we're going to clean up these vessels. Or it is actually not clean. Okay, so for the next part, for the crunchy part in the dish, apart from the carrots which have a natural bite, I'm going to be making some caramelized sourdough brioche that we had made for an event a couple of days back. So I thought it's a good way to use them. So we start off by caramelizing some jaggery that we got here. I'll add in a bit of water. Jaggery, the caramelization of jaggery is actually quite a bit different from regular sugar. It doesn't give the same feeling because it's unrefined. But eventually, when you start working with it, kind of figure out how to work with it. It took us some time because that's one of our philosophies, like Chef Johnson would have said in the previous video, we're not going to use any refined sugar here. So we're trying to work our ways with jaggery, raw cane sugar, some agave and honey, mostly local from Coorg. The Coorg honey actually works really well. We work with some jamun honey for our desserts. So if you see, the milk skin has come to this level. I just switch out the range. So this is how it looks. We just give it a couple of minutes to rest, and then we'll try taking it out and see if it needs some more time or it's fine to go. So when I was saying that I'm going to be using a sourdough brioche that we used for one of our events, if you don't have a brioche or if you don't have time to make a brioche, you can always use a regular bread that you have at home. So what I've done is we've got a dehydrator here. So I just put the bread a couple of minutes in the dehydrator so that it crisps up to this consistency. This is what you're looking at, this crispiness. So that when you caramelize it, the crispiness of the bread still stays within. You don't want a super chewy bread. So that's the consistency. Just toast the bread on a regular frying pan till it gets super crispy, or if you have an oven, works fine too. Just put it on a very low heat, and then once it caramelizes, we'll add in the brioche to the caramelized jaggery. Yeah. While this might take probably a few seconds, I'm going to try to see if I can take the milk skin out. Okay, I've just messed it around a little bit on the sides. But yeah, I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, this is how it probably will look. So this is the scorching I was talking about. Okay. This is fine. This is the caramel we're looking for. reduce the heat. Slightly a little bit bitter is what you're looking for. Add in your bread. Surface or oil plate will work just fine too. So I'm just going to put it back over the dehydrator and take out the rest of the milk skin. Tastes like palgova. If you're from South, you kind of know what I'm talking about. Palgova, milk peda, yeah, a little more, bit more caramelized. Yeah. So let's get on to the next job. The carrots, the glazing of the carrots is probably going to be the last part. So I'll teach you how to make or brew a kombucha in between. So the flavors we're going to be using is marigold, and for instead of sugar, we're going to be using some jaggery. The reason why we are splitting up this 1800 to 700 ml of water separately is because so you need to, I'm actually going to add another 200 ml, that leaves me with 600 ml of water here. So I'm going to basically heat it up with the sugar, which is basically the food for the SCOBY, which I'll explain to you in a bit. And I'm going to infuse the marigold in this, and then I'm going to pour the infused mixture in this so that it doesn't have to take a pretty long time to cool down, because you cannot add the living culture which is going to ferment this liquid when it's hot. It will probably die. So I'm going to add the 600 ml of water in this. Add the so we're using around, if it's sugar, you probably want to use 250 to 40 grams. So this is around 210 grams of jaggery that we're using here. So let this melt. So by then I'll explain about what happens in a kombucha. So kombucha, basically we have something called the SCOBY. So this is a SCOBY. If we can get a closer look at what a SCOBY looks like. This is what a SCOBY looks like. This is a living raft. So basically this raft forms, so in this liquid of kombucha we have a mixture of yeast and bacteria that coexist together. That's why this is called a SCOBY. It lives in symbiosis. So this is called a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. So they live in symbiosis, coexist. So the yeast does its role. So the yeast acts on the sugar, which is the jaggery over here that we have added, to convert this into alcohol and carbon dioxide. That's why kombucha is basically a carbonated and slightly fermented, soured fermented drink. So the carbonation comes from the part that the yeast acts on the sugar and produces alcohol and sugar. And then when I said that there's a bacteria that coexists with the yeast, the bacteria then does its role, basically converting the alcohol into acetic acid. That's why you get a slightly soured taste to the drink. So it's a double fermentation, but it's slightly different from what a vinegar is. Basically, a lot of people, including me, have wondered as into why a kombucha and a vinegar is different. So in vinegar, there's a point when basically there are two different yeasts that acts on a SCOBY and a kombucha. This is a different yeast, and vinegar has a different yeast. And vinegar yeast eventually dies when it consumes all the sugar. So that's why vinegar is generally a little sweeter, because it doesn't use up all the sugar to convert it into alcohol. That's why balsamic vinegar, which has been aged for a lot of years, has a slightly sweetish tinge to it even after aging it for a lot of years. The same way, if you leave a kombucha for years, it's going to turn super sour, because the SCOBY is going to constantly consume the sugar or the sweetener that we add into the liquid. Okay, so here the jaggery is melted a little bit. As it melts down more, I'm going to add in the marigold for it to infuse. You can use, here's the floral infusion, you guys can use any kind of juice. If you're using a canned juice to try out your first kombucha, then please, the sugar level that you'll have to probably add in the liquid will differ a lot. You'll have to taste it. I think a canned sugar should work just fine by itself. You don't need to add any excess sugar to it. But nevertheless, a freshly brewed kombucha is freshly brewed, so please try not to use a canned one. We have tried roast kombucha for our pop-ups, and I always want to try a jasmine one. I think it will give a really good competition to a sparkling wine in terms of its floral notes. So also saying that while this gets heated up, a kombucha can be used in a lot of different ways. So a lot of things that kombucha is only for drinking, as it's a gut-friendly drink, and it's high, it's probiotic and it's very good for your gut. But kombucha can be used in a different ways, like how I'm going to be using today for my dessert. You can probably use it, you can reduce the kombucha like I'm going to do today and glaze it over your pancakes in the morning. You can use this for your vinaigrettes and salads. And it actually, you're going to be using as a juice pairing in farm. So if you don't drink alcohol and if you come to farm, we're sure going to offer you a juice pairing. So yeah. So let this infuse. The jaggery is dissolved. Yeah. Let it infuse for a pretty long time. The flavor of the kombucha and how strong you want is depending on your taste. So I'm just going to cut this for pure plating purpose. You can use it super rough and rustic too. Let it melt a little bit. These carrots go in there once the butter is melted. And the kombucha here, that in which the SCOBY is basically a sugar syrup. You might wonder why it's a little pink. The SCOBY here was used in the roast kombucha. So SCOBY, since it's a living organism, generally takes up the flavor of what liquid that you put in. So eventually the sugar syrup that I have kept the SCOBY in has become slightly pink and has imparted quite a bit of roast flavor. So if you want to store your SCOBY when you're not making a kombucha, do 20% sugar syrup, which is 800 ml of water and 200 grams of sugar, and then put your SCOBY in it. It will survive for 2-3 weeks until you brew your next batch. And if you want to slow down the process, you can put it in the refrigerator. So the butter is now melted and foaming, so I'm going to add in the carrots. Let it roast for a couple of minutes before I deglaze the pan with some kombucha. So marigold water is here, and I'm going to strain it into a bowl before I mix it with the rest of the water that's there in the brewing vessel. See, as you can see, the marigold is actually given a good color. So the reason why I chose marigold is also because marigold will probably complement the jaggery flavor that we're using here. Sugar is very neutral. Jaggery is has a bit unrefined nutty flavor to it. So a careful choice of flavor is very important. So we have the marigold. So if we touch here, it's below 30 degrees is what we're looking for, so that the SCOBY can be transferred to this, and we generally let it brew at low. We let it brew for around 12 to 15 days. That's the amount of effervescence we chefs like it.
but your taste profile is the best judgment. So always touch your liquid before you transfer your SCOBY. It has to be at room temperature. The SCOBY will at first settle at the bottom. That's very, very natural. Eventually, when it starts doing its job, it will form the raft on top, and a small part of the SCOBY is more than enough. It will automatically take the shape of your vessel and grow bigger as it ferments. So don't tightly, if you're tightly screwing your lid for the kombucha, make sure you release the gas every morning, so you don't want to bottle up and burst, just like how any other sparkling wine or champagne works. That's how this works too. So this is going to be brewed for another 12-15 days. So the carrots are getting roasted here. By this time I'm going to take a few of those these berries. Sorry. A little bit messy here. Just going to cut it into half. Put it in a bowl and pour some kombucha in it and let it macerate for a bit. This liquid is also what we'll be using at the end. So once this is done, we'll be using this liquid to deglaze the carrots and then cook it for about 2 minutes. The carrots probably are cooked enough. We like it with a little bite. If you like it super mushy or a little bit more, you can cook it more. I'm going to take off the carrots away from this, and I'm going to pour the very macerated liquid in this and let it reduce. So what we're looking for here, the reason why we kept the milk skin in the dehydrator is to get this crisp texture to break into the dessert. So a suspense when you break into the dessert to see what you've got in the restaurant. So guys, this is the dessert that we have made today. Roasted glazed, kombucha glazed carrots with some berries, yogurt and crispy milk. Thank you for being a part of today's masterclass. And like I said before, kindly contribute and help the world hunger warriors to basically do their job well. Stay safe, stay positive. Thank you.
एक कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Australia, and of course about his life, how he started his journey, and all the way to MasterChef Australia. It's going to be a fun afternoon. Yeah, we would make sure that we do a 15-20 minute conversation. So bring in your friends, enjoy this quick conversation with him, and then we're ready to go on to our next masterclass. Absolutely happy to answer questions. At the moment, World on a Plate goes live for the very first time. Absolutely amazing masterclasses till now, and all of this for charity. The industry has come together. The idea is to bring this whole industry together, to hold hands, to make sure that they're there for each other and they're absolutely helping each other. And of course, not to forget the people who are in need, which is why we're doing this whole bit. The last 2 days have been amazing. We've got master classes like no other. The chefs have spent their hard, they spent hours and hours curating these beautiful recipes, and I'm having the best time of my life. This is the farm, and this farm is amazing. The farm is absolutely, nice. I was running around finding. It is Friday, and as you know, it is Sustainable Friday, and we are excited to have. We're waiting for Jock at the moment. Waiting for a few more people to join in. Yeah. All right. I think it's a little bit of a delay, but we're just about to start in the next few minutes. Yes, Jock. How are you doing?
Hello, mate.
How are you, my friend?
Very well. How are you?
Absolutely good. So good to see you back home in India for the very first time.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's absolutely cool to have a chat with you. I think it was the last time, the first time ever having a conversation with you. It's a pleasure having you on at World on a Plate goes live. And
how are things over there in India with COVID?
COVID has been really hard on India with the population like ours. You can only imagine the kind of pressure the economy has had. People are really suffering. So we've been on the ground for almost 112 days now, and we fed over 500,000 people, and 500,000 is actually a small number in a massive country like India. But we are trying to do our best. So the whole of the community of the chefs have come together for this specific cause at World on a Plate. They've spent hours and hours programming, their dishes, master classes, and so we're trying to make sure that we can serve as much as possible. And so that's what we're doing here at the moment. And I'm glad you could spend a bit of time with us. I wish
it's a pleasure. It's really nice to be able to speak to everyone, and we've had so many fans over in India watching MasterChef, which has been crazy, and so it's been we're really grateful, and we're humbled by the response that we've had from fans all over the world, but particularly in India.
Yeah, India is one of the biggest fan following of MasterChef. I've been lucky to bring many judges and chefs, back home here, and to show them our culture. And I look forward to bring you guys soon as all this is. And
I don't think we're going to be traveling for a while yet, unfortunately. But
hopefully not. I'm sure we have, somebody who's going to come out of the vaccine soon. Fingers crossed, because India definitely needs a vaccine, because the numbers are growing by the hour, and it's massive. And the only way we can
go through this is through the marketing, and it's so weird. So quickly coming back to, we want to know, lots of people have been asking about this exciting conversation with you. So I want to know a bit about what inspired you to start cooking.
I think I kind of fell into cooking by mistake. I think like a lot of people do. I wanted to buy a push bike that was very expensive, and I said to my parents, and I was very young, and I said, I want to buy this push bike. I was about 11 years old. Get a job and buy the push bike yourself. And then sort of, I tried to get a job. I couldn't get one. I already had a couple of paper rounds. It was just a nightmare. But anyway, eventually Dad said to me, if you get a job, I'll match every pound you earn, because this was in Scotland, obviously. For every pound that you earn, I'll match it with a pound. You can buy the bike. So that was it. I started sort of door knocking to try and find a job. And of course, I was only 11, so nobody would give me a job. I was too young. And eventually, somebody said, you should try restaurants, because often restaurants, they'll hire anybody, So I went into this restaurant, knocked on the door, and they gave me a job washing dishes. And that was it. I started washing dishes, and after 2 weeks, one of the chefs didn't come to work because he had a motorbike accident. And the chefs came to me when I was washing dishes and said, hey, can you do the vegetables? Can you cook the vegetables tonight instead of washing dishes? And I said, sure, I can do that. I said, but there's two conditions at age 11, I'm saying. And he said, yeah, go on, what's that? And I said, one, I don't want to wash dishes again. And two, I want a pay rise. And so he gave me them both. And I got to cook vegetables that night. And it was just that, it was amazing. I think it was the first time that I'd ever felt that I was a part of a team. When you're a kid, you play some sports at school or stuff like that, but you don't feel from a work perspective as an integral part of a team. And I think that was a big sort of change for me as a young boy, where all of a sudden I was in this environment doing something as part of the team that was, I was needed to be there type thing, you know what I mean? And I remember going home that night after cooking and just thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. This is, that feeling of service and the chaotic but organized chaos that a kitchen is. I just want, it was electrifying. It was addictive. It was exciting. And that was it. From that day on, my mind was made up that I was going to be a chef.
Wow, so everybody has been actually asking, among the World on a Plate fans, that how did you get that inspiration? That was from the fans of you at World on a Plate. So Scottish boy going all the way to Australia, inspiring story, and of course now you made history. But #1. The top restaurant or Hana, and I've had an opportunity to come to Adelaide, but heard so many good things about it. How did that inspiration start all over again? And of course, I think we have some connection and something in common, that you did work with Marco Pio White, and Marco did do 3 events with us. A great guy. So I want us to tell us about this journey happened from Scotland to Australia, and then a bit about Marco.
I think the first time I came to Australia was in the mid-90s for a year, and I had been working for Marco at that point for a couple of years, and I think it was, I was in the, I don't know how you say it, I suppose I was in the vortex of 3 Michelin star restaurants and all that happens when you work in that type of restaurant. It's really, you kind of get blinkered by that kind of life. Do you know what I mean? And it's honestly, in a way, it's sort of at that age, at least back then, it was it was all consuming, but for no real reason, I thought, in the end. You know what I mean? And when I came to Australia for a year, I think it was a break out of Michelin star restaurants and taking a look around this vast country that was Australia, and having seen magazines from Australia, sort of, you know, was here when I got here with two very different things, very naively. I mean, I was pretty young when I came here the first time. I think I was 18, and I didn't see any Indigenous culture really when I was here. I landed in Sydney and I stayed in Sydney for the entire time, and I didn't get to go anywhere and see Australian culture of Indigenous people, certainly. And so for me, it was an eye opener, but at the same time, I left after 12 months feeling as if I didn't see anything. I just didn't see the real Australia. And so I immigrated. I went back to London again, and I worked for Gordon Ramsay and Marco Pierre White again, and then you know, I was back in the UK for another 4 years, I think, before I immigrated back to Australia in 2000. And when I came back, I made the point to myself that, hey, you know, I'm going to really make a point of investigating Indigenous culture in Australia, because, you know, it's, for me, I think it's a big part of Australia, and you know, just because I can't see it in front of my face doesn't mean that it's not a thing. So I'm just going to go and find it, and that's what I did. In 2001, I went down to Circular Quay, which is in Sydney, and it's sort of like it's right in the edge of the CBD, pretty much on the harbour. And there was an Indigenous guy there busking with a didgeridoo, and I asked if I could sit down next to him and ask him some questions, and that sort of turned into a 4-hour conversation of him sort of beginning to tell me about growing up, what growing up for him was like in Western Australia, in the Kimberley, and down south. He was a Wadandi man from down south of Western Australia, and I like all of the different things that he was telling me just blew my mind. It was like talking to a professor of the land, and it's often a phrase we use for elders. You know, I consider them as professors of the land, because I've just never known so much knowledge to be connected with land, but not via an education system, other than, you know, an Indigenous education system, which isn't school based, it's not university based, it's a life education. You know, and so when I say a professor of the land, I don't mean that lightly. I mean that, you know, the knowledge that Indigenous elders hold about this country and the land they walk on, their land, is phenomenal. I can't even begin to explain. And so, you know, this conversation turned into 4 hours, and in 4 hours, you know, there was just, you know, the things that for him were just obvious and normal. You know, like when a plant, there's a lily that blossoms down on the beaches in Arnhem Land, and it flowers at a time of year when the stingray get fat, they get engorged livers, you know, like a foie gras does, and that's when they hunt the stingray. And then there was this, he was telling me about this whole process about how they cook the stingrays, and there's a few different sort of versions of cooking, whether they boil it in the seawater or whether they cook it over the fire and then season it with seawater, but they remove the engorged liver first, and then they just kiss it onto the fire gently, just a couple of like you know, like 10 seconds basically, and then they fold that engorged liver through the meat of the fish. And I'm sitting listening to this guy and thinking, this is 3 Michelin star. This is actually, is a level of connection that it was perfection that also meant something through connection to where we were. And it just a total game changer for me. But I think both as a person and also as a chef.
How the
It just
Ohana concept came about? Did you
I think
start
the beginning, that would have been the seed for sure. That was sort of, at a moment where, a conversation like that for me as a young chef, I guess, and looking around me in Australia and asking myself the question, why can no one else see this? Like, how is it that every restaurant doesn't take this into account while they're cooking? Do you know what I mean? And it was just,
there's nothing more beautiful than indigenous ingredients, because while the Michelins of the world are all about presentations and all kinds of stuff, you fly things around the world. I think going forward, and the whole story of hunger, which you look at it, why are we not using the most amazing ingredients which are absolutely available around you? And that's what I see many of the new age chefs pushing the envelope, doing stuff like that, and even back here in India. So we're very proud. So that's why we wanted to set up World on a Plate, because lots and lots of fans from around the world wanted to see chefs, Indian chefs, cook some amazing meals, right? So that's what we're doing here. And I think many of these guys are inspired by people like you and others who are actually pushing the envelope. And so what is the journey of Ohana? To give us more insight on how did this baby happen?
Look, it's been a tough one, because it just wasn't I think the story of what we're doing is something that just wasn't, while I wanted to immediately do something, it just wasn't possible at a time during that time in Australia. Of course there is, there are problems like there are in every country between indigenous people and non-indigenous people, and no more so than here in Australia, where we have a history which is difficult. At the end of the day, we are, and I say we, I'm saying me as an immigrant. I'm a guest in this country, and I feel very privileged to stand here in Australia. And I've deliberately went out my way as a human in the 20 years that I've lived here and called Australia home, to connect with Indigenous people on country and on country with them, and spend time listening to their stories. And I've been fortunate enough to, I've been shared a lot of stories and a lot of traditions over that time. And I felt, to be honest with you, that was essential for me if I was going to call Australia home. And from there, that then led to the I guess the mindset for me as a chef. If I was going to cook food in a kitchen, then it has to have been, it has to be connected to this. It has to be connected to the place. And when I look around me, certainly back then more so than now, if I looked around me back then and said, does the average Australian who now calls Australia home, as in a non-Indigenous Australian, do they understand Indigenous culture? Are they appreciative of it? Do they acknowledge it? Do they think, what do they think of it? And, the answers weren't fantastic at the end of the day. And so my mission almost became to find a way that I could, because I only know food, to find a way to do a restaurant that would acknowledge Indigenous people, their culture, and I would do that through food. And if I could do that, then that would make a change for Indigenous people in regards to, the people who now call their home, and I think we've been able to do that. I mean, Arana, I've got to tell you, when we first opened the restaurant, we had no customers, man. Like, it was, we lost so much money the first sort of 3 years. The first year, I was talking to one of my old managers the other day. We were sitting in the restaurant with our heads in our hands on a Friday and a Saturday night, thinking, you know,
Haven't thought.
worrying about, you know, how many weeks can we go like this with no customers before we have to give up, you know? And all we wanted to do was for somebody who wasn't aware of Indigenous culture but called Australia home to come in, eat the food, and then have a change of mindset about Indigenous people. You know what I mean? And just sort of go, hey, you know, isn't that amazing? You know, it was more about acknowledgement than anything. You know, how can we get an average, you know, person, whether they're traveling through Australia or living in Australia, to.
I mean, I'm sure you know a couple of important questions left first. I'm sure. What is your thought on the post-COVID time? Because every industry, especially the restaurant industry, is going through the worst time of their lives. Because we are all about asking people to come and socialize with us. We are all about get-togethers. We are all about saying, "Come and have a meal. I'm going to feed you."
Yeah.
Where are we going from here, John? I've been asking these questions to a lot of big chefs and from the restaurant industry. Where are we going from here?
Look, I think it's going to be tough. We're going to face the toughest time that our industry has ever faced coming out of COVID. It's as simple as that. And I think for me, you know, we don't know what the answer is gonna be. You know, it's like looking at a newborn baby and saying, you know, it's going to be a mechanic or it's going to be a spaceman. We don't know. You know, like, it's impossible to tell. We are treading completely new waters. I think one thing for sure is that we know that our industry has to change. You know, there's no way that without major change. So, and I mean that in a way of operating. I don't know how it is in India, but certainly in Australia, a lot of restaurants were, you know, on the edge of insolvency, really, a lot of the time. You know, the profit margins, I think nationally, was something like 4% or something. It's very, very low. And, you know, I think the value of a restaurant, the work the staff do, the amount of work they do, the cost of ingredients, if you're buying on the premium end, is super expensive. And I think it needs to be realized in a better way. And I think something like this, the tragedy that is COVID, has made people realize, oh, actually, you know, restaurants cost a lot of money to operate, plus they don't actually make a lot. What are we doing in terms of an industry to rebalance do you know what I mean? Like, it is, like what you're saying is dead right, and it's necessary. Yeah, we do need to feed, you know, there's so many chefs, Ben Shuri and guys in Melbourne, for example, right now, who are, you know, feeding visa workers who aren't covered by government sort of subsidies at the moment, etc. That is so essential, and you know, it's incredible the work that's happening here and there. But your question is the biggest one that no one has an answer to. It's the $1 million question. What happens once planes start flying again? You know, do we relax back into the way we were before because it's just too hard to think of solutions to these problems? You know, the answer should be no. You know, the answer to what happens next is only going to happen if, as an industry, and even I say this, you know, quite heavily globally, that we come together and start talking about solutions. Because even within your country, you can come up with an idea, you know, but it can be far more sort of inspirational talking to your counterparts overseas in industries in other countries where they think about things completely different, or they're already operating in a way that is far more sustainable. You know, whether that's from a food perspective, whether it's through staffing, whether it's through, you know, whatever, you know. But one thing's for sure is that we cannot, as an industry, go back to operating the same as we were pre-COVID. It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the margins might be different, but every restaurant is about dining, and the whole space is completely turned upside down here. Thousands of people, thousands of restaurants are closing because of the COVID scenario. But the only hope is we try to, lots of people are innovating in areas like delivery and places like that. But you cannot replace dining with delivery. It's impossible. And
no, I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's an operator here in Australia called Morris Terzini, and he's got icebergs and a number of other venues. But he's got a sort of campaign, an awareness campaign, if you like, which is it doesn't taste like this at home. And you know what? It doesn't taste like that at home, and you don't get the same feeling of hospitality at home. Yeah, sure, you can order that food and you can have it delivered at home and you can eat it at home and it's nice, but it's just not the same. And we've got to remember that restaurants exist as an experience. They exist as the word hospitality. I mean, look it up in a dictionary, you know what I mean? And we're in that industry and we can't forget that. It's not just about food and margin and a job. Hospitality workers and anyone who's passionate about it will tell you they're in the business of hospitality because they love looking after guests. They love looking after friends. And do you know what I mean? And everybody wants to do that. But we should be able to do it in a way where we can still feed our family and pay the rent and not get shafted, So I think it's a prudent question to ask now before COVID is out. I mean, at the end of the day, this is not a time to sit on the edge of your seat and go, well, everything will be back to normal. It's like, come on, man.
So coming to the biggest question, big MasterChef fans around India, and of course, like World on a Plate has had, I think, almost every other chef coming in to cook, and they love you guys so much. The restaurant industry generally looks up to, what happens in Australia, the way you guys feed people, the way you get yourself involved in hospitality. Exciting for India. I want to know the journey from you as a restaurateur to a judge. How did you make the move from Adelaide all the way to Sydney, and life must have changed a lot? Because I believe there's a lot of months and months of programming, right?
Yeah, there is, and which was great fun, but it's very different than sort of being on the show every day. But they asked me last year if they could throw my hat in the ring, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And I didn't really think anything of it. And I mean, for me, it was not something that I'd sort of really thought about doing. I didn't actively seek it. It just sort of got presented to me. And so I kind of, I don't know, it kind of happened quickly. I was in the middle of the pop-up. We did a pop-up in Sydney, and they asked me, and I was an immediate no because I was in a feral mood. I was in a real bad mood. Everyone's asking that question that's in front of my face. I don't know how to get rid of it. How do you get rid of it?
I'm sorry? No, that's
a question in front of my face, but I can't get rid of it.
You don't need to answer that question. We've already answered.
No, but I mean, I can't get rid of the bubble.
Yeah, even we haven't been able to get rid of that bubble. So,
okay. Sorry, everybody.
No problem. Coming back to the the question of MasterChef Australia, this season, I've watched it closely, and I was very delighted because, of course, the three judges, George, Gary, Matt, they've been holding those like those three pillars of MasterChef, and I was questioning, how that whole pillars are going to be taken forward, but it was so easily done, and it was so well executed. It was so easily get out of that.
Well done.
I don't know. So it was amazing how you guys managed the show. And congratulations to you. We're so excited to have it air in India. And one of the contestants is doing a masterclass today. At the end of the day, Simon too. We connected on the sustainable, style of cooking, and since the whole idea of hunger was is about sustainable cooking and how we can actually bridge the gap. Simon is doing something. Do you have a bunch of things to say about your journey this year as a judge, and of course about Simon?
First of all, Simon was an amazing cook. He is an amazing cook, and he was. I thought he was going to go so much further than he did. I was really disappointed when we had to get rid of him. But as I always said to a lot of sort of people who are disappointed when a favorite goes home, unfortunately, the worst dish goes home on the day. That's the way it is. And sometimes that sucks. Yeah, sometimes
you don't know what's expected, and it just happens.
Yeah, it sucks for us too, but it's just the way it is. I think I've just been, really, really lucky. I feel so lucky to stand there and eat the food of the contestants. We started out with 24 contestants. They were all fantastic cooks. And I think for me, when you you start eating one by one these dishes, and at the beginning you're sort of like, what do you say about this person on this one dish? It's difficult at the beginning, but as you go through the competition, towards the end, you've walked with all of these contestants the whole way, and you've seen them grow, you've seen them develop. They've picked up new skills. They've done master classes with you. They've listened to your feedback constructively, and so all of a sudden, by the end of the competition as a judge, it feels very different than the first day you walked in. I mean, for us, it was different because at the end of the day, we were sort of filling the shoes of the previous three judges who are friends of mine. And yeah, big shoes to fill, or all of the other things that the media like to report on. But at the end of the day, it was the beginning of our time, and at the beginning of a new chapter of MasterChef. And I used to watch MasterChef growing up, and the last three judges weren't the judges. Do you know what I mean? The MasterChef as a brand will outlive, all judges all over the world. So don't worry about it. There'll be other ones after me. So I think for me, it was just, when COVID struck halfway through, it changed again for us as judges, because we couldn't, I'm an emotional, touchy-feely kind of person. I want to give you a hug. I want to hug you and celebrate. I want to hug you when you're down and you're struggling, or do you know what I mean? And
you have problems in it. Everybody will want to hug you. Come on.
It's so hard. All of a sudden, we couldn't do that anymore. And that was tough. It was tough. But we've all been very humbled to stand there in that kitchen and take the reins, and we're thoroughly enjoying it.
Absolutely. So before I go away, and it's been such a beautiful time talking with you, I just want to say two things. One is, World in a Plate actually started off. I mean, I was inspired by one of the judges, George, and of course all of them. They came and stuff. The first World in a Plate happened with them. I definitely want to bring you guys back, as all the three of you, Alan and Melissa. One thing great. Spend some time. We definitely love all of you all. I mean, as a country, as human beings, you guys have been amazing. Every single amateur chef, professional chefs are inspired by what MasterChef Australia does. It takes cooking to and you guys have been amazing. And thank you for this support, and thank you for just supporting the cause, because all we're trying to do is get the industry together and, get people to come together, donate. Of course, the chefs are donating their time. People are coming on, in large numbers and donating, because we just want to feed as many people as possible. And without further ado, I would, give you a virtual hug and it's been a pleasure. Before you go, some inspiring words for many chefs inspired by you and by just the idea of hospitality. Definitely want to hear from you because I think there is hope. Hope is the strongest word I keep saying. Now, especially for our industry, I want to ask you to say a word before you go.
Look, first of all, the work that you're doing there is amazing, especially at a time like this. So keep going, man, and all power to you, brother. It's a tough time to be operating, let alone doing what you're doing. So congratulations, well done. And I hope everyone gives you more support, man, because you deserve all of the things, man. It's, you need more support. And the second thing for all the young cooks out there, and even for the ones that are starting during this time, because of course, let's remember, there are going to be people who are starting their career now in this crazy time. Imagine that. And that's even worse. There are always people who are less fortunate than you. There is always a culture who are ignored where you are not. There is, you're going to be surrounded by that your entire life. And for me, coming to Australia, spending time on country with Indigenous people, one thing that I was told from day one, and I've been told repeatedly from various elders around the country, is to give back more than you take. And if you just think about that for a second in your day-to-day work, whoever you are, you don't even need to be a chef. If you go into work one day, and whether it's something that you learn or something that you got a gift or you got a whatever, if you think to yourself, just that phrase, I want to give back more than I take. If you think about that, and during the day you give something, it might be 10 minutes of your time at the water cooler to cheer someone up. It might be make someone a cup of tea and drop her off at the desk. It could be anything, man. It doesn't even have to cost you anything. It's just about being a better person. And, there are people around you who are struggling. Just be conscious enough to have a look around you and care for everyone that's around you, especially at a time like this.
Amazing. That's an inspiring conversation. I'm going to allow you to have your Scottish scotch, which get your address off online and send you a little gift of some bag we're going to send you for just because we love you and we're happy. And thank you for just joining us, and
that's awesome. Thank you for having me, man.
There are some amazing chefs in India. We've been promoting them, and of course some of the top chefs as well. And love from India. Thank you, Job.
Thank you so much, and thanks everybody for tuning in. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was Jock, and such a gentleman. I think we've had an amazing conversation with him. Like I said, this is just a start of a beautiful journey at World on a Plate, and WOAP goes live for the very first time. Guys, there's a pinned WOAP.in. The website is on. Chefs are cooking. The next chef is ready to start his masterclass. It's the first time we are actually going to go on and say, give this whole experience of the World on a Plate to the whole world, where they can watch chefs from around India and the world doing amazing masterclasses. You can chat with them after each masterclass, and there you go. We promised you Jock, and we had Jock chatting with us, and see you guys soon on the other side with another conversation. We've got a bunch of masterclasses happening. And we've got Shashi from MasterChef as well. We've got Simon too.
आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Yeah, so we're right inside Farm Lore. Just had a lovely conversation with Johnson, Maitri and Avinash, the 3 key members behind Farm Lore. And it's lovely to know these Indian chefs who are pushing the envelope. The beauty about this place, it's sustainable cooking. The concept is sustainable cooking. Funnily, Friday, I wore a red T-shirt in the morning, and what happened was I was having my favorite, tatte idli. For those who are from Bangalore, you know what tatte idli is. And there's a massive. Normally, I'm quite clumsy that way. Chutney fell on it, and I had to change it. I thought, okay, red, love, and all that stuff. Today is actually the sustainable. Day for World on a Plate, life, and because we are at a sustainable place, and we have Simon Toohey who runs something, a network called the Sustainable Network. Yeah, so Simon Toohey, I'm really excited about sustainable farming, sustainable food, sustainable networks, media, because at the end of the day, India, like I said in my first episode, is 102 on the hunger index. And the way we can actually narrow the gap and get better at, reducing the numbers on going down on the number index is to make sure that we are not wasting in food. And sustainable farming and restaurants are all about this, right? So I'm excited about today because we are in a farm and it's sustainable. It is a sustainable day. So like I just picked up, the chef Johnson showed me that they're actually making a raw jackfruit biryani this weekend for one of their pop-ups, and I hope of course it's going to be busy, but I'm sure I'm going to come and eat it someday. I think jackfruit is the flavor of the season. I just had a pulled jackfruit tacos, and now I'm hearing about the biryani. Going ahead, 2017, where I finished, let me tell you something. Let me complete that story because I'm sure you guys are waiting for that story. My team is such a strong team that they miss flights altogether, Like I was telling you, they missed this flight and it was a disaster because they missed the flight. My production got delayed in Mumbai. These guys missed one of Janice Wong's suitcases, her, tools, and where she does her chocolatiering and painting chocolates and stuff like that at the hotel. So there had to be 2 people. There were 12 people on the crew. They're so strong, bonded together that all 10 of them waited at the airport for 2 of them to bring the suitcase, and every one of them missed the flight. It was quite a laugh at the end of the day, but it really put so much pressure on us. That was such small little things which create, failures. So guys, make sure that you have a very strong team with a little bit of brains are very, very important, that you need to use it at the right time. So going on, Sustainable Day, Nishant Chaubey is the next chef on our masterclass. He's one of the most decorated chefs. He's won many accolades, many awards, and he's, I think, doing something. Again, he's also, he promotes a lot of sustainable cooking, and he's doing, I think, a corn cake. I'm really excited about it, and every time I see a new recipe, I'm really, really excited the kind of ingredients, the techniques Indian chefs are doing. And it is, I think, sunrise for the Indian chefs, because they've spent a lot of time in the kitchen this time because of the lockdown. We're going to see some amazing recipes coming out in 2020, and all of us are going to enjoy that. Don't forget this. At the end of today, we have Simon Tui. His DIY kits are available. Saturday, we've got Saransh Koila. His DIY kits is available. The famous Saransh Koila, who's the only Indian to be on MasterChef Australia, judge in MasterChef Australia. Of course, that is Saturday. Then Sunday, we have a massive lineup of chefs. Do not miss cooking along with these guys. So we're going to carry on Friday. It's lovely weather here, and I'm looking forward to come back and say hello to you again. See you.
Hello everyone, myself Chef Nishant Kumar Chaubey, partner chef with Street Stories Bangalore, a vegetarian craft kitchen. You know what? World Hunger Warrior is actually feeding over 500,000 people over 90 days time. And World on the Plate is committed to raise fund for this noble cause. I pledge my session today to ensure that we raise fund, and there's a button in the bottom of my show where you can press and donate your fund to people who are hungry, and they definitely need your support. So let's pledge that and ensure this session goes wonderful, and of course the best of the charity. So let's start. My dish today is plated snack with Street Stories. So let's start. So for this plated tea time with Street Stories, I have got 3 dishes happening on the same plate, but I'm going to plate it. Okay, great. So first dish would be a hemp seed chutney that I'm going to put it on a toast and you can enjoy it. The next one is a very, very fabulous seasonal nutritious jamun ki chaat, and the third thing would be kathal. Kathal is a vegetarian protein which has got amazing nutrients and minerals. So I'm going to put everything together and serve it to all of you. Keep seeing my session and enjoy yourself. If you have any questions, comment in the chat box and I'll ensure that my team responds to your questions as soon as possible. And also don't forget to join me just after my live video. I'm going to come live at Instagram, so don't forget to join me there. So to make hemp seed chutney, we need hemp seed that I have pre-soaked it in water. I'm going to put them in this. So these are hemp seed which I have pre-soaked, and I'm going to just garlic, wow, mint, cumin seed, roasted cumin seeds, coriander seeds, chives, not to forget chilies. Look how wonderful this is looking like. To basically ensure that the smashing becomes easy. Oh, I love this kind of flavor, aroma, because what you get out of this is beautiful. Just crush it well. Crush it well, smash it well. So I just want to show you the texture of the chutney which has come. Look at the texture of the chutney. It's very thin, it's not very thick. But make sure you limit the consumption of this chutney because this is a little bit, the portion is well defined when you're putting it on toast. So I'm done. What I need now is I need to season it. So I'll put generous quantity of lemon and of course some bit of salt. So I'm going to take out this fragrant hemp seed chutney in a bowl and then I'm going to season it with lemon and salt. So as I said, you should be careful in limiting your portion. I have already shared recipe. Make sure you abide by it. And this is a session for a noble cause. Please do support that. And as much as fun we have, we can feed many people. Thank you very much, World on the Plate, for this excellent opportunity of coming live and curate a lovely tea time snack with street stories. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put generous amount of lime and sugar, salt. And of course this very amazing salt I'm gonna put it. Just mix it up and let this go on the fridge before I start cooking the beautiful sauce of jamun. Wow, excellent. So I'll put it in the fridge and then come back and make that sauce for jamun. Okay, so to make the sauce, what we require is we need tamarind juice. So tamarind juice is very easy to make. What you need to do is you need to basically take dry tamarind, soak it and boil it, and then you need to ensure that it becomes nice and soft, and then you you squeeze it with your hand or in a conical strainer, and then you take the juice out of it, and then this is what it is. So let me just show it to you. This is what I get when I strain it. So you need to take that. Okay, so let me switch on. Okay, so while my hemp seed chutney is resting in the fridge, time to make jamun chaat. But for that we need sauce. This is a beautiful inspired flavored sauce. So I have taken tamarind juice, okay, which I told you before. How do you take out tamarind juice? If you don't have tamarind juice, don't worry. You can always use imli ka chutney in this. Okay. Now the twist is that we need to add some bit of jaggery or palm sugar, whatever you have. If you want, you can also add coconut sugar. You can use date sugar. Okay. So I have taken palm sugar. Okay. So I'm gonna add palm sugar in this. Okay. Palm sugar, not too much again. Then I'm gonna add this lovely broth powder. This is a vegetarian broth powder. Then I'm gonna add this very amazing curry powder. Okay, interesting, right? Curry powder. This will give a lot of flavor to the sauce. Not to forget chili powder. No spice, no life. Okay. Some bit of vegetarian oyster sauce. If you don't have, don't worry. And then some bit of mushroom sauce. Oh God, what will you get out of it? Can you imagine that? This is a chaat. You know, chaat has got ingredients you can mix as much as you want, you know. This is a very, very nice tangy tamarind chutney inspired from Southeast Asia. Okay, that's where I'm using all those spices that you can think. Of course, not to forget a dash of soya, dark soya. Not too much, very, very little. Great. So I just repeat what all I have added. I have added red chili powder, I have added vegetarian oyster sauce, I have added mushroom sauce, I have added jaggery or palm sugar, I have added broth powder, and of course tamarind juice was the key. So I'll let it cook. What will happen? It will start thickening because of the jaggery. And and the fragrance and the aroma of this chutney would be just outstanding. My jamun chaat has no yogurt, by the way. It is simple tamarind and some bit of masala. Excellent. So all this session, I'm really thankful to World on the Plate that they have given me this great opportunity to come live in the part of Street Stories, Bangalore, which is a vegetarian craft kitchen, and showcase a sustainable dish, I would say. I have used all those dishes which are very easily found in your neighborhood or in your local market. Whatever you get is very, very seasonal, so you don't need to worry, you don't require too many ingredients actually. So I can see this sauce is more or less ready. I'll just taste a bit to earn my confidence actually that yes, I have done justice to my dish. Wow man, it's wow, monsoon out there, and then what do you need? A nice, sour, sweet, all these components of a chutney. What will happen when it is mixed with jamun? Can you imagine that? Let me just do it for you. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'll put it on the side to cook on a very, very slow flame, and I will work on my jamun. Okay, so this is the ingredient that I was talking about. Look at this jamun, look at this. So I've taken seed out of the jamun and I have only the pulp, but to make the best use of it, I would advise that why don't you use seed also and churn it and drink, because that is very good for people who are having diabetes. So it's a healthy, nutritious session as well. Okay, so just to let you all know. Okay, so what we require for this is this is a mortar pestle that I'm going to use to crush some bit of tomato. So I'm going to add tomatoes. So tomato, what will tomato do is that will give sweetness. Okay, of course salt, very little salt, chili, not to forget chili, okay, then some bit of garlic, not too much but very, very little garlic. And then I'm going to crush it. So you can see this is already becoming nice and saucy. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix this in jamun. And then toss it. I also need to crush a little bit of coriander roots. That will give amazing flavor to jamun. That's why we need that. So I'm going to crush a little bit of this coriander. I have taken coriander roots because coriander roots give better flavor than coriander leaves. That's why I am using coriander roots. See how nice this is. This is already looking divine. Okay. In the meantime, I can see the sauce is also ready. So I'll take off the sauce from the pan and again let it cool so that it's a cold salad. So don't mix hot sauce in cold jamun. The endeavor would be incomplete and the taste would be really bad. So make sure you chill your chutney as soon as possible, and then we will start dressing it, putting some fried onion, some amaranth, some peanut. So yeah, this is how it is. So let me just put it in the fridge, or let me just keep it open. I have to cook jackfruit, another snack, and I will plate all of this together. So I'll just take it out in a bowl, and then I'm gonna start doing my jackfruit chutney, jackfruit taco basically. Okay, so to make my third snack, what I need is jackfruit. Okay, so I have actually made keema of jackfruit. It's raw, by the way. Okay, and then of course I need all these ingredients. I need black mustard, cumin powder, red chili powder, coconut, grated coconut, some bit of olive, some bit of jalapenos. I have made local jalapenos. I didn't find it, so I just took some chili and put some vinegar, some ginger garlic paste, some bit of walnut, some kasuri methi. These are the basic ingredients. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil. Okay. I'll ensure that it is hot. This time I'm gonna add black mustard seeds. Let it crackle. Lovely curry leaves. As I said, this is also a healthy, nutritious session. So that's why curry leaf ensures that your blood pressure is in control. So that's why some bit of this very amazing curry patta. Okay, and then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some bit of ginger garlic paste. Wow, how amazing it is. So once it's cooked, more or less cooked, I'm going to add a little bit of salt. What the salt does is salt actually rapid the cooking. So if you add salt, the fragrance will also come out. And also it will ensure that your cooking is faster. Lovely. Okay, jackfruit, keema. So this is a dry preparation. I am making snack. I am making this tea time snack today. So that's why everything is little dryish. Because we are really confused what to eat during 4 o'clock. So I thought, why don't I create a healthy tea time snack but plate it. It won't take much time to cook because it's already blended into a fine textured keema. So I have to add a little bit more olive oil. This moment I'm going to add a little bit of red chili powder. Then cumin powder. And then this very amazing kasuri methi. Wow, look at this. Already looking like heaven. I'm so tempted to eat. Lovely. Okay, time to add some bit of olive, some chopped olive, then jalapenos, or habaneros, whatever you want to call. This will ensure that this mixture becomes nice and sour and spicy. Wow. Last but not the least, a little bit, I'm adding crunch. So I'm adding some bit of Californian walnuts. Time to taste it and see whether the genius is ready or not. Nice. It requires a little bit of seasoning, so I have to add salt. And of course, grated coconut. Look at this mixture. Isn't this looks outstanding, man? Wow. This is a virtual eating session, otherwise I would have definitely made you all try. But the flavors are just outstanding. So I taste a bit more, okay. Wow, great, excellent. It has all the good element in this herb. It has got jackfruit for vegetarians. It's paradise. It's heaven. It has olive. It has jalapenos. It has walnut. What else you want? So I'm more or less ready with all my 3 dishes. So time to dress the jamun. I'll take it out from the fridge. The chutney must be cold. The keema is ready. The hemp seed chutney is ready. The toasts are ready. Wow! I'm ready for my tea time snack. What I need is a generous amount of chai. So you cannot achieve a good tea time without chai. So you need to sip a little bit of tea when you are watching this session. I think that will add a lot of value to the dish. Okay. So once, wow, look at this. Look at the toss. Ooh la la, amazing. So I'm done. Okay, so I'll switch off. And I'll take off my jamun from the fridge and then I'll start. Okay, so jamun is out of the fridge. The chutney is nice and cold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the marinated jamun in a different bowl. Then add a little bit of fried onion. Crushed peanuts, then I'm gonna add amaranth seed ramdana. So toasted ramdana I'm adding for extra crunch, and I'm gonna add this outstanding, lovely chutney, and then I'm gonna toss it. This will be a little messy, guys, but excuse me because this is chaat. Chaat is supposed to be a little bit messy. I'll add a little bit more jamun in this. And then of course, don't forget to taste it. Wow, wow. I need chili. Forgot. Okay. Some chili. So this is done. I'll keep it here. So this is my khari biscuit. Okay, you can take another shaped biscuit, no problem, but this is what I get. So I'm gonna put this very amazing jackfruit keema on top. Look at this, man. And then I'm gonna put it here. Okay. Put it on the side. Then I am having this leaf. This is basically a Caucasia leaf, okay, but if you want you can also use iceberg. I did not buy an iceberg, so I'm not using it. So in that I'm gonna put this very amazing jamun ki chaat. Okay, and then so to make my hemp seed chutney, you don't need to just serve it like that. What I have done is I have taken yogurt, okay, and I have taken the way out of it. You can also use cream cheese, but if you don't have this, yogurt is fine. So you put this lovely top part of the yogurt, okay, on the bread, on any toast. Guys, this is tea time, so you know. And then my very amazing this hemp seed chutney on the side. I'm gonna put it here, okay, and then I'm gonna put a little bit of coriander seed. A little bit of coriander seed, a little bit of red chili powder, okay, little bit of peanuts, okay, and on this also we can put some bit of coriander. Okay. There's some red chili. Take the red chili and just put it here. So guys, this is what I was showing you today. Do look at it and keep cook with. I mean, this is what I showcased it to all of you. Very very simple and interactive session that I had. It is a really good one. So guys, this is a session which is donated, which is actually donated to ensure that we raise funds for people who are not earning their anything, who are not at all earning anything right now, because World on the Plate is actually doing a charity session. So do donate. There's a point where you can just tap and you can donate. So looking forward to see the best of the response, and all the best, and keep stay healthy, and of course stay nutritious. Keep eating good food, that's for sure. So this is Chef Nishant Chaubey from Street Story signing off. Tea time with Street Stories.
कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Ankush, Hi, Mr. Beamer 007. That's an interesting name. Is that your car name or very interesting name? Please go and contribute. Every single meal matters. We're excited that each of you are logging on and being a part of this beautiful initiative. And Nishant is, playing hide and seek with us right now. Chef, we're waiting for you, Chef. So World on a Plate has 3 more days to go. Apart from today, we've got 2 more days, Saturday and Sunday. Amazing lineup. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing, Kiran? Good to see you.
Chef, good to see you too. I hope you're well.
I'm very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for such a beautiful masterclass. And I hope you're staying safe back home. And which part of India are you at the moment?
So I'm actually in Jharkhand, my native place. I just came from Delhi just to be here with my parents and all. So I thought this is a good time to actually break and then go back rejuvenated kind of. So that's why I'm here.
So we want to hear about your journey as a chef and where you started, and of course we want to have a quick chat for people to go back and watch masterclasses. But we definitely want to dial people who are everywhere in every part of India, especially chefs, creating these recipes. What inspired you to cook, and many exciting restaurants under your belt. Tell us about it.
No, so I Kiran, frankly speaking, believe me, I never wanted to be chef. This is too. I mean,
Everybody
this happened by. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of you do some fault while not getting through some bit of miraculous work, and then you end up giving hotel management exam, and then there's no looking back kind of. So I think that happened it happened same with me as well. My friends are the real culprits, but I don't blame them now because they gave me a lot of this, this saying that you'll be on TV, you'll get to eat so much food, you'll get to see Amitabh Bachchan and this and that. So all lucrative word that you can think of. So I got fascinated and I got carried away. So I appeared and then I got through and there's absolutely no looking back. I started my career from Rajvilas Hotel, Ubroi Hotel, as everyone's dream is to work with Taj Road to start off. So I was at Rajvilas, then I was at Trident Jaipur for some time. Then I went abroad. I got an opportunity to go to Dubai and work there at a pre-opening team of Madina Jumeirah. And it was kind of eye-opener because there are 28 restaurants inside one hotel. And you never know where you are landing up any day. So, the rotas are not fixed and you just go inside and your name is, reflects. But I got a lot of experience. I worked at American kitchen, I worked at Italian kitchen, I worked at Indian kitchen as well, called Keema. But after 3 years, I was kind of done in Dubai. So I came back to India, I had no job. People think that, abroad jayega to naukri, easy in India. It's not like that. So I came back and I got an opportunity to work at Olive restaurant. I worked with Olive for good 3.5 years.
Wow.
I was at Olive Beach and then I was at I by Arjun Rampal and then Olive Mehrotra, of course, there. So, and then I worked there and then...
He has been a part of many people's journey. I see that.
Yeah, actually. In every organization, 1 or 2 person you'll definitely find from Olive Restaurant.
Wow.
So, and then I worked at Rosier, but in between I went to US. I was trained at Southern American cuisine at John Paul Culinary Institute in Thibodaux, Louisiana. So there I learned the South American, and then I think that opened another horizon of my life, saying that, how people travel and they bring their civilization, they bring their food, and they give it a different name, and then that's what I learned at that place. That there's nothing what is native to that place. Everything is by how people traveled, and then they carried those things and they named it differently, so that locals don't get frightened, and there's a local name given to it. So there I got good training. I got my entrepreneurship there, and then I came back and I was with Rosier Hotel, which was you said earlier, good 8.5 years, and right now I'm actually waiting for my flight to go to Canada. I'm actually setting up a restaurant in Canada, in Vancouver. So the restaurant is more or less like 70% ready. So whenever it opens, I would just go up. But in
Amazing,
between, I
amazing.
also did a project in Tokyo called as Tokyo Mithai Wala, which again got very good reviews. Not only from Indian, but a lot of Japanese have started preferring eating chena than gulab jamun, basically.
Absolutely. So, I mean,
The
no,
sweetness.
it's exciting that India is, the Indian cuisine is going global, and uh,
Yeah.
uh, that's what we want to do. This platform at World in a Plate goes live. The idea is to take chef, your kind of cooking, your cuisine. Cuisine has so much culture, so many flavors, so many different techniques that people haven't watched, and
Correct.
this is why we started
Correct.
also going online. Of
Correct.
course, it was a plan before we had an offline festival, but we've been going online.
I must compliment it to you, Kiran, that whatever you are doing right now. I attended the last World on a Plate in Delhi. It is just out, very clean, it's very neat, it's just outstanding. And my compliment to you, Abhijit, and the entire team, man. Really, you guys are doing very good work.
Chef, more than that, I must say thank you for being on World on a Plate Goes Live. It is for chatting,
Always,
spending an hour with us, cooking along with us, and
always there.
we will actually, my last interview took so much time. My people
No
are
problem.
getting pressure that I
No
have to
problem.
move on.
Please.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Spending that
Most
time,
welcome.
what really matters to us, and you really contributed. And uh, from my side, and hope to see you soon. And
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
and I definitely feel with chefs like you, Indian cuisine is going to be where it belongs. And
Absolutely. I pledge for it. Thanks for it. Thank you very much, Kiran, and all the best. All the
and,
best.
see you
Thank you.
soon.
Yeah.
So for those who
Thank
are
you.
watching, this is World in a Plate Goes Live, and we are absolutely excited to do this live for you, so people around the world can see us. Indian chefs, international chefs on one common platform, cooking amazing masterclasses. The next two masterclasses are is what
कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Hello guys, back again with a hat now. Yeah, so thank you Nishant. It was a lovely masterclass. I look forward to catching up with you soon in one of your restaurants. Your restaurant street stories is quite exciting for us, very close to my place. And I'm going to go check out the food you're doing there. Yeah, so like I was talking about, success, failure, failure, I can just say that failure is definitely not opposite to success, but it's a part of it. So 2017, while, we had a goof up, we landed up finishing this event really well. Though our numbers were not the greatest, like I said, there was a massive event, India-Pakistan. But the experience was mind-blowing. The Marriott Renaissance were really, really happy with the kind of people who turned up. The real foodies of Mumbai landed up, and we were really, though it was a disaster, we made a lot of loss. But I truly believed it built up World in a Plate. And I should say thank you to the team who was part of it, because like I said, we learn every time we fail. We fall down, we get up, and we run with it. And that's what World in a Plate has done in the last few years. And you guys who are watching, who are a part of the team at that time, and many who already are right now, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. You know your boss. So moving on, we've got a lot of exciting things happening on World in a Plate live. Like I said, that it's to bring back cheer into each one of your lives. The chefs have been amazing, very generous, spending hours together, doing master classes for you guys, interesting ones, so you can cook with your family, feed your family, your children. It's just to bring back some happiness in this grim times. Like I said, humanity is only going to fight to get better, and we'll come out of this virus very, very strong, I'm sure. Philips is doing a bunch of contests. We just gave away a couple of air fryers. Wednesday we gave one, Thursday we gave one. There are lots of interesting questions coming up in the recipes which we are seeing online. Go answer them. Hashtag WOAP goes live on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, and one of y'all will definitely win a air fryer. So many gifts given away. We are also doing DIY kits, giving away. World in a Plate is giving DIY kits on our Instagram page. So go follow us, enjoy yourself, win some gifts. Moving forward, one of my favorite chefs, a dear friend, and we worked so many times with him. His epic Caperberry, one of the few fine dine restaurants in Bengaluru. Yeah, you can hear the tractor, so don't worry. Bengaluru, which French style cooking. He's the legend of French cuisine in for a lot of Bangaloreans and Indians. He's taught many chefs, and he's coming up next with a really interesting recipe. One of his favorite recipes, he says, the jamun cheesecake, which is featured in one of his top restaurants in Singapore. So I'm excited about it. Of course, we're going to have a quick chat after that. After we go live with Abhijit Saha on Instagram, we're going to go live with the biggest, one of the top restaurants of India, Indian Accent, the founder of Indian Accent. As you know, Indian Accent is number 61 in the world's best, and it's a great, proud moment for us, and I'm very excited to chat with him. Do stay logged on to World on a Plate, WOAP.in, and I'm going to quickly see you on the other side after this break.
Hello everyone, welcome to World on a Plate 2020. This is Abhijit Saha and I'm here with my daughter Anindita.
Hello.
We'll be doing a masterclass which is live. This is the first time World on a Plate goes live. And today the dish that we will be preparing is called the baked gulab jamun cheesecake. This is a fusion dish, as the name suggests. It's a mix between gulab jamun and the baked cheesecake. This I had created when I participated in Gourmet Abu Dhabi in 2012. And I will now demonstrate this to you and you will be learning it with me. As this is a cook along class, please make sure that you are ready with all your ingredients cut and chopped, and also your oven should be set at 180 degree centigrade so that you can not miss any of the steps that we do during the class. So the dish is ready to be prepared and we have here with us the ingredients. So Anindita, first we will be preparing the biscuit base.
Okay.
And for that we have the ingredients here. They are the digestive biscuits. We have 120 grams of digestive biscuits, 110 grams, and we have some melted butter, which is approximately 50 to 60 grams. Yeah. So we will be crushing this and making a coarse mixture. This is for the base of the cheesecake. You can use whatever mixing you have at home. You can either use a mixing or you can use a rolling pin with which you can crush the biscuit. Once the biscuit is crushed, you will be adding the butter. So we'll be adding the butter now. Use the spoon. In the previous editions, we've had chefs from across the world participating in this event, including chefs from MasterChef Australia and also Marco Pure White. So the mixture is now ready. We will be lining the mold for the base of the cheesecake. We have the stainless steel mold here. This fits in approximately half a kg of the cheesecake, and we have an aluminum foil here. So we will now wrap the aluminum foil tightly around the ring mold. You can also use a closed mold, but this is easier to demold. That's why we are using the ring mold. Please make sure that the foil is very tight so that the mixture does not leak out of the mold. Yeah, this looks good. So, Anindita, you like to bake? Do you enjoy baking?
Yes, I do. I like trying out new things, and since I haven't done this before, it's fun.
Okay, I'm glad. So, the mold is now ready. As you can see, it is very tightly foiled around. So we will take a tray now and we will place the ring mold on top. Can I have a paper towel? Yeah. You can pour the whole thing in. The idea is to make a tight base, and you can flatten the mixture using either a small glass or like the way that she is doing it with the spoon. I hope that your oven is ready at 180 degrees centigrade, because we will be baking this for 8 to 10 minutes in the oven. The idea is to make a flat base which is very tight, and we will be baking this at 180 degrees centigrade for 8 to 10 minutes. So make sure that your oven is preheated, and you can use a glass or a spoon to do this, like the way Anindita is doing it. Yeah. So that's perfectly fine, Anindita.
Okay.
We can now take it to the oven. We have kept our oven in the kitchen at the back, so she's now putting it into the oven. While the base for the cheesecake is baking, we will prepare the garnish. The garnish are basically chocolate leaves. Here we have the dark chocolate, which we have cut into small dices, and some ficus leaves that we have taken from our garden. You need to wash them carefully and pat them dry with a paper towel before you use them. So now to prepare the garnish, we will have to make a double boiler. A double boiler is nothing but boiling water on which we will melt the chocolate without the chocolate coming into contact with direct heat. That's enough? Yeah? We have a pan here. This is approximately 100 grams of chocolate, and as the water begins to heat up, we can place this on the, you can place it, Anindita. Yeah. So the heat from the steam will melt the chocolate, because if we try to heat the chocolate directly on a flame, it tends to burn. There is another way in which you can melt the chocolate by using a microwave oven. In the microwave oven, you have to take a glass or a ceramic bowl which is compatible with the microwave and put the chocolate in for 30 seconds. You have to remove it, then stir it with a spatula, allow it to cool down again, and then again place it back in the microwave for 30 seconds. Until the chocolate melts, this process has to be repeated. So it's a process which takes a little bit of a time. So we have prepared the tray now for the leaves and creating the garnish. You have to make sure that the chocolate, when it is melted, it's almost at room temperature, because if it is too hot, it is difficult to make the garnish. The chocolate will not stick to the leaves. You can also make other kinds of garnish. So you can make different kinds of garnishes with the chocolate. You can also make it, smear it on a flat surface like the silicone mat, and then you can chill it and break it into small pieces. The chocolate is beginning to melt. Please make sure that it's not overheated and the water is not touching the base of the bowl. See that the chocolate has now melted. We will now set it aside and allow it to come down to room temperature. While the chocolate is cooling down to room temperature, we'll start the next component of the dish, which is the chocolate ganache. For chocolate ganache, we have dark chocolate, 50 grams, 2 tablespoons of cream, and 15 grams of butter. So first we will boil the cream. This will happen very, very quickly, so you have to be swift when you're doing this. You can stir it. Yeah. We'll then add the chocolate as soon as it. Can you stir it, Anindita? Yeah. Keep stirring till the time it becomes heated. I think this is warm enough now. You can add the chocolate. Allow the chocolate to melt. Make sure that the cream doesn't get overheated. This is looking nice. For the ganache, you should preferably use chocolate which is like a couverture chocolate, not a compound chocolate, because the compound chocolate doesn't have the real characteristics of a chocolate. Do you like chocolate, Anindita?
Yes, I do, because who doesn't like chocolate?
So what's your favorite chocolate dessert?
I would say a chocolate mud cake.
Okay, fantastic. And where have you eaten that?
At Fava.
So that's good. So as you can see that the chocolate ganache is almost ready. We will add the butter. This butter will give it a glaze. Just scrape off the butter from the spoon. Yeah, that's fantastic. Now this is almost come to the room temperature, and we will be coating the back side of the leaves to prepare the garnish. You can keep this aside. So you can remove it from the heat. So we have prepared a piping bag. You can use a disposable piping bag, or if you have a regular piping bag, and we have a nozzle here. So allow me. So in order to fill the piping bag, just make sure that it doesn't become messy, or else you'll find it difficult to do the piping. This should also come down to room temperature before you use it. You're done. Can you tilt the pan a bit? There you go. That's not a problem. We'll now keep this aside in the bowl here. So the chocolate has come down to the room temperature, and we have a tray here which we have lined it with a silicone mat. If you don't have a silicone mat, you can use a parchment paper, or you can also use a butter paper. So Anindita, what you have to do is that you have to take a leaf like this, and you have to use the back side and brush the leaves to make an even coating with the chocolate. No, you can't brush it on top of this. You have to brush it on top of the, yeah. You have to do it in a tidy manner. Yeah, keep them here. It's a very easy process, as you can see. When the temperature of the chocolate is right, it will coat the back of the leaf evenly, and also it will give the right thickness to the leaf so that it doesn't break when you are peeling it off. So you can do a couple of more. If you have some white chocolate, you can use white chocolate also to make the leaves. Also you can use the milk chocolate, whatever chocolate you have. That's looking pretty good. You can use one more. So these leaves have now been coated with chocolate. We will put this into the refrigerator and allow it to cool and firm up for 5 minutes. The next component of the dish is the saffron sauce. For this, we have 2 tablespoons of cream, 2 tablespoons of milk, saffron that has been soaked, a pinch of saffron that has been soaked in 1 tablespoon of warm water. We have 1 teaspoon of castor sugar and some cardamom powder. So Anindita, we will now start making the sauce. It's a very simple sauce. You will add the milk and allow it to reduce for some time. Then you can add the remaining ingredients. Yeah. So do you think that you are happy with whatever you've done so far?
Well, hopefully it turns out good. So, yeah.
So we are almost halfway through our garnishes, sauces, etc. So are you enjoying the process so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. Great. So as soon as the milk comes to boil, we will add the cream. Yeah, that's good. Please make sure that the cream comes to boil. We will now add the saffron, the sugar, and the cardamom powder. These are the strands of the saffron also. We can take a little bit of the sauce and we can add it here to make sure that we have enough saffron. So this is now coming to a boil and it's going to be ready in 30 seconds or so.
Yep, it's boiled.
It's come to a boil? Yeah?
Yeah.
It should be a little thick so that you know it has a saucy consistency. So you can keep this aside. we'll now start the process for the cheesecake. The ingredients that we have here are mascarpone cheese. You can use any cream cheese that you can get your hands onto. It could be a quark, it could be sometimes even a ricotta, or you can use any other cream cheese that you may have. We have the gulab jamuns. These are the mini gulab jamuns. You need around 10 to 12 of them for half a kilo of the cake. We have 2 eggs here. We'll be using only 1.5 eggs. We have around 100 ml of the cream. We have 75 grams of castor sugar, and we have 1 tablespoon of flour, vanilla extract, and lemon zest. So we have basically taken the lemon and the skin of the lemon. What we have done is we have used a grater and made this into a zest. So we'll start by adding the mascarpone cheese. The idea is not to beat it, but to mix it uniformly. So you don't have to beat it for a long time.
Okay.
So we'll add the sugar. Now you can add the cream. So Anita, just give it a gentle whisk so that it mixes well. Yeah, that's good. Now we will add the eggs, 1.5 eggs, only a little at a time, so that it gets incorporated well. Okay. Because this is castor sugar, it will melt very easily. You can whisk it a little bit more. We will now add the zest and the flour and the vanilla extract. Okay, go ahead. Now we add the remaining part of the egg. Yeah, that's enough. That's now good enough. So you can now go and get the base for the cheesecake. So as you can see, we have created a uniform mixture which we'll be using for the cheesecake. I'll keep the gulab jamuns here and remove the tray. The base has now been beautifully baked. It's golden, and now we'll arrange the gulab jamun. Do you like gulab jamun with me, Anindita?
Yeah, but I'd rather eat a rasgulla.
You can arrange it randomly. So basically, once we pour the mixture into it, it should be fine. Yeah, looks great. So when you arrange them, make sure that there are some gaps so that you get some gulab jamun in every slice. We'll pour the mixture. Yeah. This is done. You can give it a good shake so that the air comes out, and we will just make sure that the gulab jamun goes to all gulab jamuns are covered up. So this is done, and we will bake this in a double boiler. That means we will be pouring some warm water into this and bake it for 1 to 1 hour on the table, so that you remove all air pockets. Now this is ready to go for baking. This will be baked at 160 degrees centigrade for 1 hour 15 to 1 hour 30 minutes. And while baking, we will add some hot water so that the uniform baking happens and there is not much of a coloration. So what we have done is, we have made one in advance for you, because that's 1.5 hours of baking time. We can't do that right away. And this is how it looks once it is baked. It's now time for us to demold the cheesecake. Here we go. We'll remove the foil. And we will use a knife, which is a thin and a sharp knife. We'll scrape it along the mold. Yeah, this is done. We will also remove the aluminum foil. And remove the mold.
Oh, that looks lovely.
I'm glad. So the cheesecake is now ready, and we will be decorating it. For decoration, we had made the leaves, so please go and get the leaf, Anindita, the chocolate leaves. We have prepared some of this leaves in advance. As you can see that we've used some dark chocolate and some white chocolate to prepare these leaves. Now, Anindita, you have to gradually peel off the chocolate leaves from the leaves. Yeah. You have to do it slowly so that we don't break it. Yeah, lovely. You can place them here. Yeah. Wonderful. That looks great. You can turn it. You'll realize that there's a front and the back side, so you have to make sure that the front side is being used. You can keep this away now. Now we will start the plating of the dessert. We'll cut this into 6 equal parts. Here you go. And we will take one of the pieces and place it here on the plate. Now we have the chocolate ganache. You'll pipe the chocolate ganache in the center. And we will use the couple of chocolate leaves to garnish it.
I'll get the saffron sauce syrup as well.
you can use a few of the leaves. And the saffron sauce is here. We'll pour the saffron sauce around the cheesecake. Voila, here you go. The baked gulab jamun cheesecake is now ready to be devoured. I hope that you have enjoyed the masterclass and you will be now able to make this wonderful baked gulab jamun cheesecake in your home. This is to remind you that this year the World on a Plate is supporting many charities, which includes migrant laborers, ladies organizations, as well as the people from the industry. The COVID-19 has taken a toll on all of us, and it is time for us to come together.
You're literally like the proof of concept of the restaurant industry. So many years of that knowledge and passion. What does it make you?
See, I think that, knowledge can only increase when you learn every day. So whenever I wake up in the morning, it is my endeavor, and I say to myself that today is a new day and I must make it a point to learn something new, because that is what keeps you fresh and that is what keeps you going. Because whatever has happened yesterday is gone. So whatever will happen tomorrow, we don't know. But today is the day to learn things and to also share your knowledge, whatever you have done so far with friends, people, colleagues, customers, and everyone. So that is what keeps me ticking, I guess.
That's amazing. So, how has Abhijit Saab been doing in the time of COVID? And the one question which I ask, gentlemen like you, because you guys are literally the leaders of the industry, is how are we going to get over this situation? Because there are lots of, budding chefs, people some of them have lost their jobs, some of them are in the situation. Everyone is with us. How are you going to, what is your take on this and what is your thought on this?
See, I think that this was unprecedented. Nobody could expect that this will happen. But I think that not just the pandemic, but the lockdown is what has affected people both in terms of opportunities and the businesses, as well as mentally. So when you stay locked in, there's so many things that go into your mind and go on in your mind. And obviously the loss of job is a big blow for people. So it is at this point in time that you have to keep yourself motivated. That is point number one. I know it is easier said than done. And also you have to think about change in strategy. You have to think about learning something new and upping your skills and game at this point in time. Because there's nothing much you can do until things really bounce back, the economy opens up. As we all know, the restaurant and the food service industry and even the hospitality industry is very resilient. It tends to bounce back. But unfortunately, it has continued for far too longer and is affecting us economically more than what it is doing health-wise. I think that in India, Diwali is the time that is coming up where many things start looking positive. And I am keeping my finger crossed and also praying to God that, we get over this by Diwali, and by Christmas, we are ready to rock and roll again.
Absolutely, jamun in your, in your beautiful mouth, because jamun cheesecake blew my mind. And how did you come out with this unique recipe? Like I was just talking a few hours back with Jock, the MasterChef judge, the new MasterChef judge, and he was talking about indigenous ingredients, indigenous kind of cooking, and that is the future. And I see that happening with our amazing Indian chefs, and that is always my dream to showcase Indian food to the globe. And I hope, and we've started small in the online space, but we want to show chefs like who are pushing the envelope like you. How did you come about with this brilliant idea of the jamun and cheesecake?
I think that there are several recipes that I've tried to create which resonates with different genres and different kinds of people. When you are in an international occasion, so you want to give them something familiar, yet something that is new. So when we opened in Saha, Singapore, I decided to, introduce this dish. And believe you me, even till date, I get messages, and it is one of the most popular desserts in Singapore that it had become. So Saha in Singapore got a name because of this. So I think that it's an exciting dessert because of the fact that, it mixes the two different styles of cooking. The best of Indian, dessert, which is gulab jamun, which can be decadent at the same time. You cannot eat too much of it. So use the mini gulab jamun, and cheesecake is also very rich. So when you mix the two, you come up with a cheesecake that is really, really fantastic, and you can serve it with that, nice rabdi and the saffron. It gives it a wonderful flavor. You can also add some cardamom powder, which will be fantastic. Also rose.
I'm looking forward to eat this one day when you invite me home. I'm absolutely excited
Anytime.
about it. And
Anytime. Restaurants are not open. Since restaurants are not open, we better come home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said home. So, is the daughter pursuing culinary
No,
Is she?
not yet,
No?
because she's still in the class 10th. She has not yet decided. We don't know what she will do. She loves cooking, but cooking
Big flag
on
to
personal
carry.
level, yeah, cooking on a personal level and cooking for fun and as a hobby is different from being a chef. So that is something that she has to take a call, and we are a little far away from it. So let's see how it goes. There's nothing that you can say to your children nowadays that you can enforce upon them, and it is also not a good idea to do that. So I think that things will move in its right direction, and as the time comes.
So there's one question which came about in all your when your masterclass were happening on our chat box. What is the baking time for the cheesecake, chef?
Cheesecake baking time is 1 hour 15 minutes to 1 hour 30 minutes. It is because we bake it at a lower temperature, 160 degrees centigrade, and also we use a double boiler. So using a double boiler, extends the baking time. It helps in creating a cheesecake that is uniformly baked and doesn't have a crust on the surface. So when you cut through it, you get a uniform texture throughout, and the biscuit at the base is crunchy.
Thank you, chef. Thank you again for just being, so generous and spending time with us. Your support to World on a Plate and the World Hunger Warriors is absolutely, I can hold my hands. Thank you. And, you stay safe, stay healthy. And I'm going to, of course, bump into you very soon in UB City. And at the same time, have a great evening, chef.
Thank you so much, Kiran. And thank you for doing this for the industry. I think that your idea and your spirit of taking this from the ground to online and to live and still keeping it alive, is what, keeps people ticking. I think that at these times, events like this can, inspire people, inspire students, people who have lost their jobs. They can be a part of it, thinking, participation and being in touch always helps. So thank you, Kiran. And thank you for creating this wonderful platform. And remember, this is for charity. So I request everybody to participate and donate generously. Thank you very much for being a part of my masterclass. And thank you once again, Kiran.
Thank you, chef. And we're going to, while one legend leaves us, another legend joins us. Manish Mehrotra, I wanted to have a conversation with both of you at the same time. So, but I think Instagram does not allow more than one. But Chef, thank you. But you can stay looked on because I'm going to have a quick chat with Manish. He's been kind enough to join us, and amazing chatting with you, Chef. And till I meet you again, thank you again.
Thank you.
And have a great evening. An absolute pleasure talking to Abhijit Saha. He's one of my favorite chefs. And now we've got another legend, the man who created Indian accent, the man who's behind the top, the world's best restaurant, number 60. And, our flag is flying high in the air because of this man. We'd like to invite him right now onto the gram. Chef, thank you for joining us, in a small little space, in a small little world right now. How are you, Chef?
Hi, absolutely fine. Thank you.
So good to see you. So beautiful
Good to see you too.
So this is just amazing, joining people, sitting in your homes. Finally, I get to see your living room. I know I've seen the Indian accent, the glorious Indian accent, but finally I get to see your living room. And how have you been?
Fine, fine.
Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this initiative. I hope we could get you to do a cooking masterclass sometime. Maybe
Yes,
next time.
maybe in future. Yes, definitely.
So, Chef, the most important question, which of course everybody's asking, and we've been all, seeing people around the world, is that the industry is hit the most. We are, we're resilient. Everybody's saying we're resilient. I want to hear from you, from your side. Every side is different. We never know. There's a silver lining everywhere. So I want to know, Chef, what's the plan for you, and how do you think we're going to bounce back in this unprecedented times?
See, the silver lining, what I see is like people are not going to stop eating outside. First thing, people are not going to stop eating, and people are not going to stop eating outside. It's not only because of the necessity to eat outside. It's for fun, celebration, all these things. People will go out. Yes, at this point of time, people are a bit scared of going out. Everybody is, I think nobody has seen or even imagined this kind of a situation, what we are in at this point of time. And the worst part about this thing is that nobody knows what is going to happen in future. So there is nobody can see the future, that how it is going to affect us in future. But it's already affected us now. But I think it will go and we will be back, and people will be back in their regular day-to-day life, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Yes.
Okay, absolutely. And what do you think is this? Is Indian accent making a foray into maybe nomas of the world? Many chefs around the world have reinvented themselves in many ways. Is there something we're going to get an Indian accent at home sometime soon?
See, the type of food what we do at Indian accent, it is very difficult to do a home delivery kind of a menu. And at this point of time, there was so much of uncertainty. And if you have a larger infrastructure, to open a larger infrastructure for take home or a home delivery, it doesn't make sense, because when you open that infrastructure, your kitchen, if I open an Indian accent kitchen for delivery, my day-to-day running cost for Indian accent, HLP and all these things is around 20,000, 25,000 rupees a day. Which Absolutely. And then you pay the staff, you get your staff, and a lot of other things which you spend money on, and you are not making any money on it. And definitely you are putting yourself and your staff at risk. So we really don't want to take that chance to put our staff on risk. It's better if they are at home and we are taking care of them. That is the best at this point of time, because the moment somebody will get infected, I don't have any control on that. And then again, you have to shut down your operation, and you have to go through all the the required drill.
Talking about a lighter note, have you been cooking at home?
I cook a bit. I cook a bit. In the beginning,
Who's
it
the
was
who's the head chef at home?
at the moment I am the head chef at home.
Designated head chef at home.
Yes.
So, what is your favorite chef dish, chef? Is I'm curious because we've never had a conversation about these things.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've not been able to get you on World on a Plate. Thank you first time we appear here. But what is your favorite dish to cook, or maybe also to eat? What are the
I first thing, I eat everything, so I make all the different things. But my favorite is to make a nice mushroom pasta with a little bit of truffle oil and all at home, which is easy. I do that, and I love to eat and make pav bhaji also. So I make a pav bhaji regularly. I don't know why, but I really enjoy it very much. I find
think
it a very.
it looks like it is straight from your heart. Maybe we should do a pav bhaji pop-up without being known also somewhere sometime.
Yeah.
You never know, it might become the new KFC.
So pav bhaji, like, it's there on my Indian accent menu, it's there on my Kamaran menu. So I somehow I love that thing. And it's good to, like, kids also eat that with all the vegetables you put, they eat it. Yeah.
Just before we go, I don't want to take too much of your time. Have a great, evening, Friday evening. Stay safe and have a good one. But before you go, I want to hear from you about what are you going to say to your audiences? Because, like I said, this whole idea is about hope. World on a Plate, of course, as you know, we're an on-ground festival. We've been stuck. We've never been able to bring it on the ground. It's unfortunate for us, but we are seeing the silver lining, and at the same time, we've been serving all over 500,000 people, which really makes us happy. And that's why the whole chef initiative and chefs like you can actually, with your innovation, we can actually bridge the gap, because we are such an abundant country and we're 100 on the World Hunger Index. And I think smart chefs like you can actually bridge the gap of using local ingredients, making amazing recipes which could be used. So the World Hunger Warriors is, feeding about 500 people on a truck, so which we started. So we want to expand that. I want you to give, something inspiring people want to take home from Manish Mehrotra.
So first thing, Kevin, this is a very good initiative. And if all of us can come together and do something for the community, it's very good in this hard time. And I urge people that first thing, this pandemic, this corona thing doesn't spread from food. So please don't be scared. Help the restaurants. Do home delivery also. Ask for home delivery also. If the restaurants are opening, be careful. Take all the precautions and go to the restaurants. Don't be scared. This disease is a respiratory disease. This is not going to spread through food. So don't worry about that. But take all precaution and do everything what you can do to help this restaurant industry. And Kiran, whatever you are doing, I would say everyone, please help your initiative also, so that more and more people we can help in this difficult times.
Thank you, Chef. So quickly, I want to wrap up saying it's amazing having a conversation with Chef Manish Mehrotra. Literally, I get goosebumps when I see the Indian accent in World's Best, and I hope you grow strength to strength. You want to be number one someday in the world, and I'm sure many chefs are inspired by you. So I'm personally inspired by what you do, and keep doing the great work. And we want to come back and quickly have a meal at the Indian accent.
Absolutely.
And for the others, I'm 100% sure I will make sure that Manish is going to do a masterclass with us at World on a Plate. I'm going to convince him for sure. And of course, there's a bunch of masterclasses going on right now till Sunday. Please join us. Support the cause. It is for the cause of hunger. Any contributions are great because we're feeding people. And thank you, Manish, for such a beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So for those who are still locked down, this is unprecedented times for us, and we thought we'll do something bring cheer in your lives. Please do remember there is, while we are sitting at home and we are, quite safe, there are many, many thousands, we're 101, 102 on the World Hunger Index, worse than Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. I mean, it's unbelievable. There are people who do not have, even a single meal, and that's what the World Hunger Warriors are doing. And this is the reason why my whole team and us have put together the World on a Plate. There are over 28 chefs cooking today, the last few days and the next 3 days from now. Go to the Keto link, donate, keto.org/the WHW kitchen. You can check it out on our website, WOAP.in. Please go donate. It could be anything, makes a difference. But before that, watch these chefs doing amazing masterclasses. The top chefs of the country and from around the world are cooking. The next chef is one of our, friends from Australia, all the way from Australia. He's going to his home. He's cooking all from his heart. And he's converting the humble cauliflower into something else. I'm excited to see what he does. He also runs the Sustainable Network, and we want to see what and he's also the runner-up of MasterChef Australia 2019. I'm super excited to see what he does. Please log on to WOAP.in and you have a beautiful masterclass. For those who bought a DIY kit, each kit contributes to a minimum of 15 people we feed. It's 350 rupees, but a kit which you can cook along with the chef, but it feeds at least 15 people every day. So go get your kits. There are kits available for the next few days. There is Saransh Goila tomorrow. There is Ribiki Ratnani. There is Colibri Jimenez. There's Ranveer Brar. And there are many, many others. Go check it out on the website. It's just 350 rupees, but it's going to change. You're able to help feed someone else. And at the same time, you're going to cook with
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Lovely evening at the Farm Lore, end of day 3, and World on a Plate goes live. It's just getting so warm, and I mean it's getting so nice that we're able to pull off this beautiful event. I'm excited about Saturday and Sunday as well. So Abhijit Sahab in very exciting gulab jamun cheesecake. Like I said, all these chefs have been pushing the envelope, using Indian Indian dishes, giving it a twist and making it more and more exciting. It's truly a global phenomena. Indian food is going global, and I can see more and more chefs using these ingredients, these dishes, and glorifying them. That's what's even happening at the Farm Lore, and I'm really excited. I think they're opening in the next month, and I'm really excited to come back and bring my friends here and eat at this place. Like I said, today's Sustainable Friday, and we've had many chefs who have been doing sustainable food, and the Farm Lore is sustainable. So guys, come over and enjoy yourselves. It's not too far away. Thank you, Abhijit. Like I said, beautiful masterclass. Thank you, Manish Mehrotra, founder of Indian Accent. It was just so nice to see you on the channel. So coming back to the main cause of World on a Plate this time, the cause of charity. The World Hunger Warriors have been fighting this cause from the day the pandemic hit us, and it has become a massive citizen movement. I've seen people from many walks of life coming together to feed people. People like brands like Britannia, who've been feeding thousands and thousands of biscuits. Many corporate honchos who've come on the ground to serve people. This is what gives us so much joy, and that's why I'm proudly wearing the badge, and I'm part of this organization that they really go out there, risk their lives, and they've been serving people. You know how the pandemic has been. So what inspired me is something which I want to bring to you. While the last 5 years I have been doing a bit of charity, but not like this time, where I have been personally on ground. One morning I get a call. The hotline numbers ring a lot during these days, because the lower middle class and the poor, the urban poor, are really having a hard time surviving during these times. One morning I get a call from this girl called Rani, and this story I have to bring to you guys. It's really important, and how it inspired me. She called me and she said, I'm feeding this set of migrants from North Karnataka, and I've been feeding them for the past 2 weeks, and I've run out of money, I've run out of resources to feed them. Can you please help me? So typically when there's a call like this, we go at the site, check out how genuine it is, and we kind of start feeding people. Of course, we get a lot of hoax calls sometimes, and also some over-ordering comes in during these times. You have to go check it out. So I went there and I saw this lady's place. She's almost, she's literally poor, and she's from a lower middle class, and she told me one thing, that the last 2 weeks I fed these people by selling my 2 goats, and I could not believe it. And I really went and saw that, asked around, and I saw that she'd really done it. It actually opened out my heart, and I said that if I cannot do service this time, when people like these can inspire you, people like these can do their bit, why can't me as Kiran Sohns do my bit? And that's when I got seriously involved with the World Hunger Warriors, and I'm really excited about my journey with them, and I know for a fact that they're a true organization. You have to, we've got a great set of people around, and I'm proud that we're doing this together. The World Hunger Warriors is feeding people, and through their mobile soup kitchen. So go and contribute. The links are down there. It's a keto link, and we will make sure that your food, your contribution goes to the right people. So, and I'm excited now. With all, I'm emotional about what I just said. But going forward, there's some excitement holding on to you guys. We're going to go all the way from India to Australia, to one of our close friends who's become very, very dear to us, Simon Tui. He is also decorated as the runner-up of 2019 MasterChef Australia. He's a great cook. He runs the Sustainable Network. It's called the Sustainable Network. Go check him out on Instagram. I'm excited what he does out of the humble cauliflower, which is one of my favorite vegetables as well. And I'm looking forward for the class. Tomorrow is a brand new day, Saturday and Sunday. It is the real weekend. There are DIY kits to order. Saransh Goyla is doing his really cool Sindhi mutton on Saturday evening. Sunday is again a star-studded day. We've got Ranveer Brar, Colibri Jimenez from Mexico. We've got Vicky Ratnani and many, many more. I'm really excited to see you guys tomorrow again. Stay logged on. We're going to give you a beautiful journey this week, and look forward to see you tomorrow.
And season 12 back to win, and I am here to cook you something pretty sick. Super simple, really minimalist in ingredients, but really, really delicious. But before I start, I have something really important to introduce you to. Something really important to introduce you to. This sleepy number is lentil. Named very much over my love and my partner's love of dal. And lentil had to be the name. She's just gorgeous. Look at her. She's got the hiccups right now. I mean, come on. Oh, hi. She's falling asleep. All right, I'm going to put her back to bed. We might say goodbye later together. Hold on there tight. There you go. Sleeping with your little friend. All right. Okay, so let's get back on topic. I'm here because of the World on a Plate team who are working together with World Hunger Warriors. They've fed over 500,000 people in the last 90 days. That is spectacular. Not only that, but the World Hunger Warriors are looking to set up a soup kitchen to expand that and be able to feed more people and a greater group of people as well. And so with this video, we are looking to donate with the World Hunger Warriors and with World on a Plate and try to get the World Hunger Warriors to open that soup kitchen to spread their love through the food even more and help those who really need it. So if you could jump onto their website, donate, put everything you possibly can, even if it's only $1, every little bit counts. And let's try and get this soup kitchen to open, and let's support those in need, especially during COVID, especially during these trying times. We really need all the help we can get. They really need all the help they can get. So, without further ado, I'm going to start talking to you about my dish. Oops, sorry. That dish is going to be, close that up. That dish is going to be pretty damn simple. All we're doing is roasting cauliflower with beautiful Indian spices. We are then going to make a beautiful roast cauliflower puree as well. And we're going to finish it off with my ode to Indian flavors and food and create a beautiful tempering over the top with curry leaves, with other spices like cumin, coriander. And we're going to pour that over the top with some Kashmiri chili with some ghee. I know you love ghee. And we're going to finish off with the most beautiful dish and thanking the World Hunger Warriors, thanking World on a Plate for allowing me to do this on a time like now. So follow me, run with me. We're going to cook together. And if I make a mistake, then be sure to comment below, and I'll try and fix it. But if not, we're going to do this together. So I think I've got all my ingredients. So come around the corner. Let's see, we've got some curry leaves here. I know this is probably not true fresh. I bought these yesterday. I know fresh is best, but curry leaves, as you understand, freeze so well. So that's how I save my mad packet of curry leaves. Right, we have, pretty simple. The only real vegetable we have is a cauliflower. That's it. Absolutely delicious. We're going to use coriander seeds, cumin seeds, Indian bay. I have to say Indian bay because we have bay, European bay here, and they taste completely different. But I've got Indian bay for this purpose, and of course, my favorite chili, Kashmiri chili. Very little spice, great color. I mean, you could paint with it. You could paint with it. It is that rich in red. It is gorgeous. So look at it. You don't get red like that anywhere. So that's what we're doing. And then finally, the cauliflower is going to get cooked in milk, and we're going to blitz that up, and we're going to have this beautiful, this sauce, this cauliflower cream at the bottom, these roast cauliflower segments on top, and then poured over with these beautiful spices. So let's get started, and I'm going to just excuse the mess. We're fermenting olives at the moment. So we've got a jar of, I think, about 7 kilos of green olives. These are all black olives that are finished curing. Let's have a look, see if we can crack one open. Look at that. I will eat one now. You want one too? Mm-hmm. Okay. There we go. You got to feed the staff, you know. Otherwise we go nowhere. And then we got some green tea salt, which is really beautiful. What else we got fermenting? Oh, we got some kombucha. A little SCOBY. Kombucha is an amazing thing for tea. Really good for your gut, really good bacteria. These things grow, they look ugly and awful and poisonous, but I tell you what, pretty cool. Okay. Put the olive out of my mouth. Let's get started. What we've done is I've put a large pot of water on the boil, and I have put a lot of salt in there, and I'm talking like close to the sea salt. It needs to be pretty strong because that's what's going to infuse flavor into our beautiful dish. Now I want to incorporate spice to that. And the reason why I want to do this is because the spice is also going to be at the end result. And I want to sort of complement / harmonize these flavors together. I want each individual element to have spice, and so by the end of it can sort of come together with flavors of their own. It's the same reason why you season everything, because by the end of it, that seasoning becomes this big, vibrant flavor. So I want to do the same thing with this. In this pot of salted water, and I'm talking very salted, I'm going to add 2 teaspoons of cumin seeds, 2 teaspoons of coriander seeds, 3 bay, and chili. And then, because I don't want powdered, dried chilies, these are Kashmiris again. Finally, I lied to you a little bit, you stay there. I'm going to stay right behind you. Half an onion. Beautiful. That's in there. Cauliflower. Beautiful, beautiful cauliflower. The difficulty here is a lot of people throw out things like these little tender leaves, and to me, these are actually just as delicious as any other part of the cauliflower. So they make beautiful chips. Deep fry them, put them in the oven, they crisp up, make them as dipping things for like cool little funky dips that you have. Up to you, but there's so many options with these. They're really, really important to keep. And we're also here to fight food waste. It's very important because there is an abundance of food, yet we seem to throw out so much of it. In the Western world, in Australia, we use things like, we actually waste so much food. In Australia, we waste so much food. So not only the farmers waste 1/3 of their crop to ugly vegetables because the supermarkets don't want to buy them, we then lose 1/3 of that purchased produce from the supermarkets because people aren't buying them and they go out of date. And then not only that, we lose 1/3 again in the households from the food that we purchase from supermarkets and markets. So there's such a huge waste in food. And it's really important that if we're doing something like this, World Hunger Warriors and World on a Plate are doing something like this to create a soup kitchen, we need to be able to be conscious about the food we're wasting, because we don't want to take the piss. And I know that sounds weird, but we don't want to waste food when we're there trying to save food for others. So things like these are really important. And if you think about a cauliflower, and I don't know if many people know this, the cauliflower literally grows with these leaves, right? These tiny ones you see here, all the way up this high. And at the Sustainable Earth Network, this little venture that I've been doing, look, check out the Sustainable Earth Network on YouTube. I'll show you, there's a video of me with a cauliflower being this high on the first episode. All the greenery is there. That is tasty. And it could literally feed a family for a whole night. Chop it up, saute it, beautiful spices, bowl of rice, delicious. Absolutely fantastic, yet we don't know that. So many people don't know that. Let's be conscious about the food we waste, really important. The washing is going on in the background, I'm sorry. This is our household.
Do you want to pause it?
What's that? No, don't worry about it.
I'll pause it for a selfie.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hold it, we're gonna pause it. Ooh, oh, look at my hair, Tina's mustard. I also am conscious my hair is quite long because we're back down in lockdown in Victoria at the moment. And so my hair's quite long, I haven't got it cut. So I'm wearing a hat to make sure that no hair goes in the food, even though I'm eating it. What are you doing, my love? Okay, just pausing. So I'm gonna cut this in half. Here we go. I can't cut one hand, but I could. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Cut it in half. Look at them. Aren't they gorgeous? It's like art. Okay, and cut it in quarters. This is for dinner tonight. You and me, my love, eating this. This is our dinner, so, or lunch. I don't know, depending on what time it is. No, this is our dinner. So this is going in. Going in. We're going to cook that. We're going to poach that in that beautiful flavour. All that liquid, that stock. We're going to cook that for 5 minutes. You remind me?
I will.
Cool. The rest of it, we are chopping up super fine. Everything. No waste at all, please. Really important. Everything, even the stems, because the stems are full of nutrition. If you think about how the actual plant grows, it grows in a way that all of the energy comes from the soil, goes straight through the stem, puts its energy into the leaves, into the curd, which is that big, beautiful white part of the cauliflower. We need to pay attention to this because that is so much flavour, so much nutrition for the body and the soul. Alright. Now, hot. Nope, we're putting it in the roasting tray. Where are we going? Here we go. Sorry, come back. Look at this. This is my grandmother's.
That
Dolphin.
Your hat.
Huh?
That is your hat.
It does. We're going all artistic today. Okay, in. We want to roast this. I've got the oven up, preheat the oven to 200 degrees. Oh, see that? That's the catch. Olive oil. I've cut up the other half of the onion that we didn't put in the stock. I've cut that up and I put that on here. This is, I need to put some salt. Let's green key salt and all that. Salt. Beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. Straight in the oven. Let's get that nice and roasty. All right, these in the freezer, do not forget. Cheers. I do know that although a lot of Indians don't drink, I know a lot of Indians love whiskey, and my friend Sandeep, who was on season 11 with me, is a lover of whiskey, so cheers. Gorgeous stuff. Once that's done, I am going to make, once the cauliflower is cooked, I'm going to make just a rub, really simple, nothing crazy. A nice bit of oil. While you're there, can you reach and give me a teaspoon by any chance? Are you going with one hand on, one hand?
I mean, I'm no steady cam.
Multitasking session. Oh, not that one. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so I'm going to put some turmeric in this oil. And then I've got some gorgeous garam masala that I've just made a couple of days ago. Although I only had a mortar and pestle, so I haven't.
Oh, I failed.
Yeah, mortar and pestle, so it's all quite coarse, but it's okay. So a teaspoon of that, teaspoon of turmeric. We're going to mix that together. I mean, I wish you could smell this. This is so beautiful.
One more minute.
One more minute, beautiful. Clean up while I'm here. Clean up on our line. Looks good. Now, this is about the time when I say jump over to, again, World Hunger Warriors Instagram or web page, along with the World on a Plate webpage, and be sure to donate. All donations go to the great cause of opening the soup kitchen and also helping to feed more and more people during this trying time. So it's really important. I must say that I also traveled to India myself a few years ago, plus some, and I absolutely adore your country, your people, your food especially, and your culture. I will be there again next year, hopefully opening up a couple of restaurants. Keep that quiet, don't know yet. I know this is going to a whole lot of people, and I really hope to see you there. And I thank World on a Plate for offering me this opportunity to be able to cook for you and show you what I can do. And even from there, hopefully you get to cook this as well. And I get to meet you in India, meet your family, and really learn more about the beauty of your culture and your people, and understand the depths of the food that you create, because I know that food in India is determined by family. It's determined by region, but it's also determined by family within that region, and everyone has a different recipe. And I've learned that. And when I put a post out on Instagram a while ago about the world of dal and asking for other recipes, it was unbelievable the response I got, and the different types of dal and the different types of curries that I should be trying throughout India. And I'm telling you, I'm slowly working my way through it. All right, back to it. Here's our beautiful cauliflower. Oh, no, little pieces falling off. Oh, we're okay. That's okay. Now, stay there. Coming back to you. Let me find some paper, tool. Beautiful. These two go there. Oh, that's a photo on this top, isn't it? It should be nicely seasoned, so I haven't seasoned this rub at all because the salt that was on the stock had chewed. Live TV, everyone, this is what happens.
Sorry.
You just can't get this good stuff anymore.
You don't feed me.
I will later. I promise. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. All right. This is going to go in the oven. Oh, love it. Okay. Backing it up. Do a little 180 if you can. We've just run out of battery on our phones, so we're going to have to try and do the best we can to... Oh, you're okay. Another pot. Grab another pot out. Sorry, I should be telling you as we go along. pot on low heat or on a small burner or on a small flame. Add in beautiful milk. There you go. I got very stubby fingers, people. Right, you need to give me a break. It's very difficult. Oh, look at this. This is also a great one too. This was white. And then I had an apron that was green. And it turned everything green. And I'm sorry, yes, I know whites aren't meant to go with greens and colors are meant to be separate. I know that. But we didn't know this was going to happen. We just thought, you know, tea towels and aprons were the same sort of style thing. Turns out. Well, I don't know. I don't mind that color. It's kind of like Kermit the Frog color. Eh? Look at that. I still think that's kind of cool. I have to own up to it, otherwise I look like a bad house person. That's just, you know, not the case. Or we, I suppose. There's two of us, isn't there?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, gorgeous milk. There's this cream set on top. Look at the colour of that. That is just stunning milk. Now with this, we're going to add some more spice again, because we again want to reinforce those flavours. There's 100 ml of milk in there. We're putting 2 bay. Just going to bring that to the boil. What's your elbows there? Your knees, sorry? Aha! That colour is great. We're going to bring this to the boil. Once that comes to the boil, we're going to put in our roasted cauliflower. So we put in all the small pieces we've all chopped up, put that into there, get that nice and soft, and blitz that up. And that's the goal for this one. What else is there? Jump onto World on a Plate. Jump onto World Hunger Warriors. Please donate, it's really, really important. While I try and work out where everything is in my own kitchen, I think it's very important that we start focusing on the important things that are happening right now. And that's definitely to donate any small amount, large amount of funds you possibly can to help this soup kitchen grow and allow the World Hunger Warriors to feed more people. And that's exactly right. So that's what we're aiming to do. And that's why we're here. Now, here we go. Underneath you, beautiful bit of colour on these now. A nice bit of colour. There we go. Look at that colour. Yeah, sizzle. Yes. 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 Gorgeous. And then finally, this is going to jump in to the oven. In we go. All right. Ready now? It's going to be absolutely amazing.
I'm ready.
I'm so excited. If there's any questions right now, please feel free to throw them in the comments below. I am free for the next 10 minutes, I reckon. I'm happy to answer any of the questions you have. We'll see how we go. Let's start cleaning up. See, this is a very simple recipe. I feel as though that I've been observing. Look at my socks. Bee socks. Aren't they great? I do like them. See, bee socks, Keena's mustard. I don't know if Keen's mustard is a brand. Is it a UK brand or an Australian brand? I don't know. I can't tell. I can't remember. It's one of the brands. Anyway, one of our favourites. And so I saw this friend of ours had this Keen as mustard hat, and I fell in love with it. And so I decided to ask her for it. And she nicely gave it to me. How good is that? It's very, very beautiful.
What are you going to do with that liquid now? Can you use it as stock?
Yeah, so this liquid is like... This liquid to me is like a master stock. It's so much flavour in there. And so what I would probably do, because the color is changed, the color is like that golden brown you get from that beautiful sort of stock flavors, is I would take everything out and use what I can, it's not loud, in certain applications, because there's heaps of flavor in it. And then I would use this, I would freeze this and use this again in the next dish. So there's heaps of options. And then you can spice it how you want. I think a lot of the time, vegetables, the thing about vegetables that we find when it comes to meat as a difference is meat has fat, and that fat creates great flavor. But what happens with vegetables is vegetables just don't have that fat. And I guess ghee comes into play there, which is really beautiful. But when you're looking at roasting a whole ingredient, you could rub it with ghee, but people who aren't at all, who are completely plant-based, can't use fat as an ingredient except for olive oil or almond oil or hazelnut oil or hemp oil. There's lots of different types of fat, but that can never work in some people's favor. So what we need to try and work out is how to create vegetables to be succulent, full of flavor, but at the same time, full of flavor, at the same time not dry, like quite moist and delicious and succulent, like you do if anyone's ever tried like a really fatty piece of meat. If you haven't tried that, you'll never know. That's kind of good, because if you don't know, then you don't have to know. So it's really important to look at how we can create liquid or juiciness in vegetables, and one of them is to blanch them in a beautiful salty brine or stock. And then transfer that and then roast that. The saltiness brings out the sugars, because it extracts that osmosis, it extracts that beautiful flavor whilst it pushes in salt flavor. And then when you roast it, that saltiness creates crispiness. Kind of like when you do, for example, pork crackling is one example or something like that, where you put salt on the top and that draws out the moisture and creates crackliness. So that's kind of that. So in this world, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to get this a little bit hotter, otherwise we're going to be here for days.
We're tethered to the charger.
We've got a 360-degree turning device that is attached to the wall, so there's only so far we can go. And little lentil is fast asleep, so there's only so far we can. We can't woo you with the cuteness of an animal, which is always difficult. Okay, so let's get the next bit ready. This is a gorgeous little thing. Look at the copper pot number. Stand that name. Look at that. Love it. Now this is my favourite part. I know we can't do it yet because, well, it's not ready. Oh, these onions are good too. These are the onions that I use for the stock. Should be a little bit more. So these are going to go in the final dish because I think there's going to be great sweetness in that.
Smell it.
Smells good?
Super sweet.
Yeah. What else we got going on? I've just launched the Sustainable Earth Network, which is really cool. Let me stay there. I'm going to get the apron. I'll show you. I'm going to come, half-time change. Here we go. Sustainable Earth Network. There's our new little aprons. Jump on our Instagram. And our web page. Definitely a lot going on. We're about to go into our second season, which is really cool. All on YouTube. And we're really fighting the idea. We're doing something. We're really trying to push the concept of fighting food waste. Really making sure that we utilize a whole ingredient. It's super important. The amount of food waste is crazy. The amount of money we lose because of that is unbelievable, and especially in places like Australia. Blows my mind. Alright, that is smelling spectacular.
Smell it?
Pretty light still, but we're getting there. Oh, here we go. We're getting a boil on. Getting a boil on. Here we go. Things are hitting the fan now. Look at that. Yum. That's delicious. That's delicious. I keep looking over there because that's the person who's filming. That is delicious though.
So what should we be getting ready at home for the next steps?
Okay, so the next steps you need to do now is you need to keep an eye on your cauliflower. Make sure that doesn't boil over because look, that's getting higher. I know that's going to boil over because milk does that. Keep stirring it because you don't want it to burn the bottom. That's really important. Or use a spatula or a wooden spoon. Oof. Nearly lost it. Keep an eye on this because at any stage that could quite easily burn and char and go crazy. And then finally what you really want to do as well is look out for, start getting ready for that wonderful tempering that we put at the top. And that's my ode to what I know that creates the most amazing flavor. And I think in so many ways there's actually not many places in the world that does this kind of finalized spice tempering. There's beautiful stuff like tares in Japan when it comes to ramen. And I'm sure there's many cultures that do it, but I love the way that it's done in India, whereby you heat up beautiful things like onions and Kashmiri chilies and seeds, and then pour it over the top. And dal, obviously being one of my favorite dishes, my favorite types of Indian dishes as well. It's just that could feed the world brilliantly with great flavor. So for me, that's really exciting. So next up, we're going to chop up some onions and start frying them off for this exact thing. And I'm going to use those ones that we did in the stock because there's no point in wasting that. And because they've got so much flavor and it turns sweet, we actually will find some great flavor coming out of it. So chop that up. Yes, great. And half another onion. Put this in here. Okay, we're just going to do a dice. Gorgeous. Turn around. Looking good though, isn't it? Looking really good. Maybe we'll turn that on. Is that better? Cool. Good stuff. Now, on a low heat. But before we start this, let's just recap where we're at because I really want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So we have a whole cauliflower that we've cut into half and into 1/4. And those 2/4 are going to be poached in stock using a lot of salt and some spices. That's going to go in there for 5 minutes just to soften a little bit because you still want texture. You don't want vegetables to be mush. It's never very nice. Then, once that's done, you're going to create a mixture of garam masala and turmeric, and with oil, you're going to mix it around to a paste, and you're going to put that over the top of your beautiful cauliflower that's been poaching. With the rest of the cauliflower though, you're going to chop that up finely and put that in the oven to roast and get nice and dark. I reckon you might have pulled ours out a little bit too light. You could take that for as long as you like and make it nice and toasty. That comes down to time. And then once they're nice and roasty, put that in a pot with some milk, some more bay leaves, and an onion, and half an onion, and cook that out. And that's going to be amazing. Once that's done, and you can get ready for this, we're going to blitz that up into a beautiful puree. So you get this cauliflower, roasted cauliflower puree. It's really fantastic. And then that finally is going to go on our plate with our beautiful roasted cauliflower on top, our little halves that have been marinating in that turmeric and garam masala spice mix. And then finally, just to go crazy, we've got this sort of tadka or tempering of ghee with onions, cumin, coriander, Kashmiri chilies, and that's going to get poured on top to create that vibrancy that you really want when it comes to gorgeous Indian cuisine. And that's my nod to the Indian cuisine. It's my small knowledge, but I want to pay my respects the best way I know how, and I think this is slightly my style of food with a twist of what I believe is a beautiful Indian style cuisine. So I really hope that you enjoy this, and thank you for letting me be a part of your world.
You got 10 minutes.
10 minutes, eh? All right. Okay, so ghee in. Let's get that nice and melty. Oh, sorry. It's a lot, but I do love it. You never have too much, right? Curry leaves, they're looking a bit of freeze burn, but I don't use them enough to not put them in the freezer. So this is the best way I can have the best of both worlds. I can have fresh-ish curry leaves, yeah, so I put them in the freezer to last longer. Same with kaffir lime when it comes to like Thai style or Southeast Asian food. Kaffir lime goes great in the freezer. They freeze really well, so leaves are usually quite good. And so this is the best I can do, and I'm sorry it's probably not the quality that you want, but in the times with the Indian world that I have, it's kind of all I can do. Sorry, but thank you. All right, stay looking at that. Watch that one there. It's going to be delicious. And then we're going to, I reckon these are pretty close to ready anyway. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's ready. It's falling apart. Oh my god, it smells so good. Can you smell it? Okay, let's turn that off because we still got 10 minutes. I'm going to get the stick blender to that, I reckon. I'm going to get the stick blender to that. Because easiest form. If you have a regular standalone blender, that would work beautifully too. But in this instance, I don't really have a standalone one. You could put it in the other one. What do you think? Should we try it?
I think go with the stick.
The stick? Okay. Yeah.
If it can reach.
I'll pull it over. Here. Let's see how we go. The blender is attached. And on. Obviously remove your bay. I don't want to blend that up. There's another one in there somewhere. Give me 1 second. There it is. Cool. Yum. I reckon that's pretty perfect. So you can use a regular blender, you can use a standalone sort of circular mixer, you can use so many different options. All you want to do is try and create that puree. That's quite smooth, isn't it? Well, you can make it smoother. Go home, it's done. That is delicious. All right, we're gonna pull out this cauliflower now. That is so delicious. We're gonna pull out the cauliflower. So here we go. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, I love this. That excites me. Roasty, toasty, delicious, still soft, a little bit soft, but a little bit chewy. I mean, this is just heaven to me. Right, so we're gonna plate up. Because I want to get this ready to go. That heat is on. Let me just get a plate, stay there, you're good. Get a plate that I think will work. Aha. This one, look at that. Right, where's my sauce? Excuse my mess for the moment. Here we go. It's like MasterChef all over again. Come follow. This beautiful sauce, right? We're just gonna let it sit all over the middle. Because this is so much flavor in that. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, go on, there's 2 of us, so let's eat more. Beautiful. Oh, excuse my fingers. Yum. Okay, our beautiful cauliflower pieces. 1. 2. Okay, now our spice mix. Come close. I'm gonna need you here. I'm gonna fry these onions off. You need a bit of bigger heat. I didn't realise there's that many onions. Come on, over here. Go on, more. There we go. We're gonna fry these off until they get nice and dark. And you know how this goes. I'd like you to just make a comment here. Tell me things, excuse me, madam. Tell me something that smells better than garlic. Sorry, something that smells better than onions cooked in ghee or butter. Like there's such a small amount of things in the world that taste and smell better than that. I adore it. And you can, you know, when you walk down the street or through people's apartments, it's the one thing you can always smell. Thanks, Susha. It's the one thing you can always smell, is that, just smell, like, I just adore it. You know, you could be a place that's cooking burgers, or you could be cooking at a tagine, or you could be cooking, you know, a stew, and it's always that, or you could be cooking some sort of slow braised thing like a stew, and you always get this smell of like frying off onions in oil or ghee or butter, you know, it's just heavenly. Yes, you like my little spice concoctions? Well, it's not a spice concoction, but what's this one? Dried fenugreek. That's special. Can't open it. Literally can't open it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh. One of the great smells. And asafoetida, greatest smell. I can't work it out. It's so unfamiliar to me that I really can't work out what it reminds me or what it reminds me of. And it's not garlic or onion. It's not nothing to do with that. It's just, it's almost meaty in a way. And that's quite fascinating. Come on, onions, fry for us. Should go a bigger pan. Maybe do a transfer. Stay there. I tried to use a nicer looking pan. This is the uglier, bigger brother. Let's get that nice and hot. Oh, that's very hot. So a little heads up here as well, just one more time. Jump over, or probably the second last time because I'll do it at the end of this beautiful cook, but please jump over to World Hunger Warriors and donate, World on a Plate, and donate. Be sure to give as little or as much as you possibly can. They're doing great work trying to feed the population of India. 500,000 people in 90 days is an amazing achievement. And well done, but there's more we can do. Do your best. Donate as much as you possibly can. Smallest amount, largest amount, doesn't matter. Any contribution can help. So, in saying that, let's jump back over here. There we go. That's more space. Sound.
Like a campfire.
It is like a campfire, isn't it? Oh, it's gorgeous. Here we go. Now we're getting colour. There's the colour you're after. Look at that. Just around the edges. Nice. So this is what we call the Maillard reaction. Discovered, I don't think it was, I suppose, understood by a French guy. Basically it creates it's acidic compounds and sugar compounds that combine with heat to create colour, which is called the Maillard reaction. So onions are a classic example of the Maillard reaction. Toast, after being in a toaster, is the Maillard reaction. There's so many examples of the Maillard reaction. Steak, if that's something you have, when heat transfers. So the difference between Maillard reaction and caramel is that caramelization is sugar combining with sugar to create caramel. This is sugar combining with fatty acids to create Maillard reaction, the Maillard reaction, the compound creation that is that. All right, good color before we start to burn, otherwise we're going too far. Turn the heat down a bit. I've got a teaspoon of coriander seeds and a teaspoon and a half of cumin. And I love coriander seeds. I love whole coriander seeds. I think they're the most amazing thing. I worked briefly at a place called Tulum, an amazing Turkish restaurant in Balaclava in Melbourne. And they use whole coriander seeds all the time because when they start frying and when you cook them with things, they actually take up a lot of flavor. And that flavor ends up bursting in your mouth, and that is just fantastic. And then finally, a good douse of chili powder. And I'm using Kashmiri as we discussed. I love Kashmiri chili. Don't cook that for too long. All right, I'm going to go right behind you, my love.
I will unplug.
Unplug, because we are done here, everyone. Look at that colour. Cool. All right, I'm going to swap hands because that's how you do with TV. And we're just going to do this. Oh, stop. That excites me so much. Go everyone. Bit of coriander on top, but sadly I don't have any, which is a bit annoying, but that is what it is. We've got the curry leaves! No! Oh no, we've got the curry leaves. I can't not have curry leaves on this. No way. Can we bear with me 5 seconds? Okay, so if you want to sign off now, go for it. But I would put curry leaves in it, and I forgot. So hold on tight, just gonna go in behind you and get more ghee. Don't tell the waste. Oh, it's so annoying. My favourite flavour. Just need to dehydrate that, or maybe I don't. Maybe just use this. Let's just use this. Sorry everyone, they were sitting staring at me. I just completely forgot them. Running good, here we go. It's all turning piton. Let's fry those for a little bit. Come back over. Beautiful, crunchy, crispy. All right, everyone. Make it look pretty for the gram. And there is my gorgeous roast cauliflowers that has been marinated in garam masala and turmeric, my cauliflower puree, and my tempering of Indian style spices, Kashmiri chili, and curry leaves. Thank you very, very much for having us. Appreciate it. Jump onto World Hunger Warriors, World on a Plate. Please donate the best you possibly can. Make my dish. Send me all the photos to Sustainable Earth Network's Instagram or Simon Tweed's Instagram. I'd love to see it, and hopefully I get to see you soon, preferably next year. Peace out. Thanks for having me.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
number of questions were about lentil, and the second highest was of course about the cauliflower. So, so thank you for bringing lentil on board. So how have you been, Simon?
I've been good. I've been
You
good.
generous man.
Well, we're in second round of lockdown now, so it's a bit of a pain.
I
But
know.
that's okay.
Amazing. So you've been so generous. Thank you, firstly, from World in a Plate, from the World Hunger Warriors, that you spent so much time cooking a beautiful dish for us. It's an honor to have you on board. We were just chatting with Jock about you. He said, "Oh, I felt so bad that I thought he's going to win it, and something happened that day. I don't know what happened, and it's like MasterChef Australia is that, right? So you don't know what happens on that day,
Totally.
so we are so happy to see the work you're doing. I love that sustainable. By the way, today is Sustainable Friday. We're at a farm, which is a sustainable farm. I mean, and we never planned it takes us. And we landed at the farm, and then we realized that your last is your masterclass, and it's so funny, right? It all falls together. So the two other chefs who did the masterclass before you, like the two, three times before you, were from the farm. So what made you start cooking?
What made me start cooking?
Yeah.
It was a combination of a few things. I mean, I started from a bartending background, like a cocktail background. And that was the creation of drinks through different kinds of flavor. And I wanted to create drinks. I'm going to put it down. She's getting a bit restless. I think she wants to go to bed. I created drinks through flavor using different ingredients to try and question the way we normally think about cocktails and not just do stuff for the general purpose of doing it. There was always a comment that got thrown around that cooking is always 10 years in front of cocktail work, and you know what? I tried to prove that wrong. Sadly, there's elements there which are crunchy, chewy, salt, all those sorts of flavors, things that are actual chewable, whereas alcohol always is a liquid. So progression from that creativity into food rather than alcohol was a big step. But I think my real love of food, my mum was a fantastic cook. She was brilliant. She was a really good cook. And although I was a little probably distant from learning to cook for my family, for my parents, I always remembered eating very, very well, which is always great. And as soon as they moved out of me, they left me. They moved, like, right, you finished school, we're moving out on you. So I had to go find a place to live. I learned to just start cooking, and I had no choice, and I couldn't afford to do takeaway. So I kept cooking. Now I'm still making bad dishes. But that's where my love of food came. It was a progression.
Amazing. And before we come to the next question, I'm going to ask a few questions people have been asking on our website, on the chat bot. The first one is, how long are you supposed to roast the cauliflowers in the oven?
I roasted the cauliflower is very forgiving, in the sense that you can roast it to a level where it's all becoming nice and charry and dark. But if that's too far, you can pull it off a little bit early. So I'm going to go roast it for a level that your instinct believes it's done enough. You should get nice coloring on the outside. 25 minutes should be good at about 200 degrees. That should be fine as a rule of thumb. But don't be afraid to take it further if you believe your oven is different to mine, because everyone's cooking elements are different.
Correct. So you're saying about 25 minutes is what the optimal number, and then you can turn around. So the second question is, they're asking you, please repeat the turmeric mixture, your mixture of the turmeric.
Yeah, teaspoon teaspoon of turmeric and then a teaspoon of garam masala and about 50 mils of oil. Or mustard oil would be beautiful. Ghee would be gorgeous, and also any sort of oil. Not necessarily olive oil.
I think we missed you there. Maybe the bad internet.
Oh, okay.
Say that
again.
So yeah,
teaspoon of turmeric, teaspoon of or ghee. Right. Mustard oil would be beautiful. Vegetable oil. Mix it all together, and that's the paste you're going to make.
So somebody is asking you, can we use ghee?
Absolutely, of course. Always okay to use ghee.
That's the best, one of the best ingredients. Butter and ghee goes anywhere, isn't it? Okay, the question, when you added the oil into the pot, what are the different ingredients added?
When I added water to the pot?
Oil into the pot.
Oil into the pan. So if you talk about the tempering at the end, that was chopped onions, cumin seeds, coriander seeds, Kashmiri chili, and curry leaves.
All right. So I think these are the three questions. I don't think there's any other question beyond that. So the first things, the second conversation which I wanted to have with you was about the sustainable network. What is the sustainable network? And tell us more, because it's really exciting the first time we connected on World on a Plate, and we wanted to bring you down on the narrow the gap between hunger and because we've got enough. The world has enough resources. How do we bridge that gap? Yeah. And I love the story of you doing using the cauliflower, because it's available to anybody here. And I always tell people that when while amazing ingredients are obviously the more expensive ones are easy to use, and the flavor is there, but it's challenging to use simple ingredients and make the, because each vegetable has its own beautiful taste. And so tell us about the sustainable network, because that is exciting for us.
Totally. So sustainable Earth Network, which is what we're doing, is something that I came up with. My business partners, Andrew and Jules, and myself, we came along and decided that we really, especially off the back of faster than I would without it, right? So we have this platform to create greatness. And so why not try that? Why not do it in what we believe is right? And that's in sustainability in food. In saying that, we wanted to look at food waste and also eco businesses and people who are just trying to do the right thing to help change the world to make it better. For example, World Hunger Warriors, World on a Plate, two beautiful examples of that in its entirety. But then it can go as simple as a community garden. It can go into, we're looking into season 2, and we're looking at seaweed, which is a fantastic thing for our oceans, because growing seaweed is drawing carbon from the atmosphere, putting into the water. We're adding more oxygen to the water as well, which is doing great for marine life. We're lowering the acidity levels, which is helping other parts of marine life and mollusks and shellfish grow properly. Marijuana or anything like that. I'm talking about a different thing, gene entirely. Same genus, different plant. And that does the same thing. It draws down huge amounts. It puts beautiful carbon, because it's a carbon plant. It puts heaps of carbon into the soil, which is really, really good. And it's a nitrogen-style soil, rich for the soil. So we want to, the way I know how, through this medium, to teach and show people the brilliance of great business, of great ideas, trying to create a positive change for the future.
Amazing. So, absolute pleasure about talking about sustainability because, I mean, off the call later, we're going to discuss something long term because India needs innovators like. I think we lost you for. All right. I think we lost the internet has been great. So yeah, so we definitely want to invite you to India because we want to do something here, with your innovation, and I'm absolutely excited about that journey with you, and especially with the World Hunger Warriors. Even here, it's all about zero waste. Whatever we are using, whatever we're feeding people is zero waste, and I think the sustainable network is something which is something which we are absolutely happy to work with, and thank you for being a part of it. One, of course, we cannot. Let's talk about MasterChef Australia, the more fun side of it. 2019, you were runners-up. Man, how's that? It's again one of those days when you just land up on the losing side. I mean, going to the grand finale is almost like you're winning a MasterChef. So tell us about that journey.
It was mind-blowing. I mean, the thing that people forget about it, that when you watch it, is you see us cook, right? And that's fantastic. But there's so much more that happens behind the scenes that no one knows about. And I'm not talking about whether the chefs or the judges eat the food cold. That's irrelevant. I'm talking about the mental journey that you go through, the transition between being able to use all social medias, computers, and everything and such, to no longer being able to do that and being sitting in a house with 24 other people, and you do that for 8 months. It's not a small stint, if you're there till the very end, you literally are there for 7 to 8 months, and you don't have any TV, you don't have any, you don't have any internet, you don't have any computers, you don't have any phone, you can only call home twice a week. So there's a lot of things there that is mentally draining. On top of that, you study because you want to be brilliant. You want to be the best. And although it's just a cooking show, in so many ways, it's a cooking show for the globe. It's a cooking show for the world. And not only does it change our lives, it changes the lives of those watching it, because there's this element of them watching it going, wow, I can create this, or I could be part of this, or, this go towards sustainability in their food culture. And so it was a journey to have I had a meaning by the end of it. I didn't want to cook food for the sole purpose of trying to win. I wanted to cook food to get people to change the way they think about food. Sadly, by the finale, I was all out of ideas. I was exhausted, and I tell you, Larissa and Tessa were just better cooks. There's no doubt about it. I wouldn't say that I had a bad cook. I mean, I did everything that I felt that I wanted to do. I just didn't perform as well as I should have. That's it.
Absolutely.
But I was honored to be in round 2 in Back to Win. Honored. I couldn't believe how lucky I was to be with those brilliant cooks. And that was a great journey as well.
Yeah, I think round 2, we were just talking about it with Jock, and he's saying that, I mean, every day, I mean, he came from a restaurant background, and of course, for him, every day he didn't know who to decide who the winner was, because all you guys were cooking at one point became professional runner, and he lost out the last, like you almost in the finale, and so you never know, losing might be one of the reasons why you might become one of the greatest chefs ever. You never know, Simon. And what you are promoting is amazing, and that's what makes us really, really warm about you and your feelings of. I mean, just to say that I want to cook for another country where you guys are feeding people, and then you go ahead and contribute. It's really opened out our hearts to you, and it's amazing. So where does Simon go from here? What is the plan for 2021? Let's not talk about 2020. Let's talk about 2021.
yeah. Simon goes
in
nowhere
the ideal
in
world.
2020.
Let's talk about the ideal world. Let's not talk about COVID. I'm not really bothered about COVID anymore.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I agree. Let's get rid of that. But there is two things coming up super soon of 2020 that I cannot talk about. But it's expanding on everything that we're talking about. However, 2021, India for me would be beautiful. India, Jaipur, Varanasi, 2 spaces. I think I've lost you. Hold on. Oh, wait. The internet and see if you. There you go. You back? You can hear me now?
We're back.
Cool. So 2021, Varanasi, Jaipur, 2 places there, plant-based restaurants, smokehouses were the same one that I opened up. I can't wait to do that. I've seen the places, the venues are stunning. So
have you been to India?
Oh yeah. I spent a month traveling around India. I took the train from Delhi all the way to the Pakistani border and stopped off on every single place I possibly could. Yeah, it was beautiful. Amazing. It's just India is one of the most divine places in the world. There is nothing like it. Nothing like it.
So this time you're going to have someone special taking you around. So I'm excited to bring you back to India, and lots of people are talking to you about. Somebody is saying losing makes us stronger. You are a live example. You have a lot of love coming from India, Simon. You have a lot of fans. The good thing is, we've been lucky to bring a lot of Australian chefs to India, whether it's Sarah Diana Chan, Ben Ungerman, many, of course, the George, Gary's, Matt, all of them. So there's been a great connection with World on a Plate and South India, man.
Yeah.
So
I never went south, so I'm ready for that. I want to go to Darjeeling area, which is amazing. Which is that Darjeeling? That's the film. Yeah. I love that area, and I want to go. What's the small town? What's the town where they grow coffee again? There's a small little place south as well.
Cool.
Yes, I've got to go there. I am.
It's the Scotland of India. It's called the Scotland of India.
That's right. That's right. And my partner and I, Georgia, my partner, who is just here.
Hi. Thank you for shooting the video.
There we go. Thanks for doing the video.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah, you made up for. He got stuck in a few places. You made up for it. You asked him a few interesting questions.
She was great. We met in Scotland. So when we heard it was the Scotland of India, we're like, right, we're gonna go. We've got to go. So
it's amazing. Great coffee, great place. Actually, unfortunately today they've had the worst ever flood. Ever flood in Coog. I'm confident that 2020 is going to do a lot of bad things, but I know at the end of the day we're going to come out really strong. And so we want to firstly thank you again. It's been so beautiful. This relationship has just started. A long way to go with you, Simon, and and World on a Plate. We have open to
on the cooking on the streets or something and raising funds and then feeding the people that are in need that can't literally get it from even the street stalls and just I want the line down the road as far as you can possibly see it, and I just and I don't want to do it. I don't want to be. I don't want to be an Australian coming over thinking that I can change anything. It's not that. I want to come over and experience your world, and I want to do. I want to be the messenger from the love that you're giving for your people. I want to be the messenger of that. I don't want to be the person making the voice. I want you to be the voice and me doing the hard work.
Happy to do the hard work. Lots of people are asking. Realize.
I know. Hold on.
You know?
Hold on. She's asleep. Hold on.
Lots of people are asking you also.
In bed. I don't know if we can. Hold on.
What's your favorite spice?
What's that?
What's your favorite spice?
Well, I'm massively in love with fenugreek at the moment. I put it in bloody everything. Hold on. Go on, you.
Abhinav, thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Be part of the World on a Plate team and the World Hunger Boy. Oh, lentil is back. On popular demand. Come on, guys. Show us some love. Lots of love coming. Oh, look at that.
Donate. Donate to World on a Plate.
Oh,
Donate to World on a Plate.
I have to take a selfie on this. You know, not a selfie, a screenshot of this picture.
Donate, everyone.
Oh,
yeah, I'm a massive fan of fenugreek. Probably my favorite. I probably put too much of it on everything, and I put cumin in everything too. But you know, but asafoetida is an amazing thing. It's really interesting for someone like myself who really, my brain doesn't comprehend it. It's like super savory in a way. Also so meaty. I can't understand it, but I love it. I really love it.
It's really funny, you know, ingredient. You know, I don't know who made it, but I haven't actually checked. I haven't really checked what's inside the bag, but it's very useful. And so now, I don't know. I really, like I said, this conversation, this World on a Plate is not about Corona. We want to throw that away. We want to make sure that we go back home with hope. The most important thing is hope. And I think it's the strongest word, hope, right? And I really hope that we are you know, in a position somewhere to kick back and say that, you know, let's get rid of this virus. And at the end of the day, with people like you, the kind of support the community is put together, I think I'm absolutely proud and confident that we can feed a lot of people. I mean, nobody sleeps hungry. That's the hashtag. And
I agree.
Such beautiful talking to you, Simon. So just for people who just logged on and, you know, giving all the love, World on a Plate goes live. This is Simon Tui, you know, the man with lentil, and most importantly, the you know, one of the winners of MasterChef Australia, runners-up, but who runs this beautiful network called the Sustainable Network, and our dear friend, you're you know, welcome home. Yes, your second home is India. Please come. And next 2 days are still very, very exciting. We've got many master classes of some of the top chefs. I recommend Simon, watch these guys, because you know you love Indian cooking. Some of them are really pushing the envelope, and this is what we want to do: show to the world that Indian cooking has some amazing stars, you know, like unknown stars, and also big stars who are going to be cooking. There is Saransh Goila, the butter chicken man, who's cooking on Saturday evening. Please log on. He's making a Sindhi mutton mutton curry, which will blow your mind, I'm sure. Sindhi, Sindh is basically from a place called Sindh is from Pakistan, around around Pakistan, right? So that's what he's making. And then we've got Saransh, of course, we've got Vicky Ratnani. Sunday afternoon, Vicky Ratnani, 12 o'clock India time, he cooks something called the urban porridge. It is about lentils, because you love lentils. These guys cook some amazing. He's a celebrity chef, but his cooking is one of my favorites, right? Then we've got our friend from Mexico, Colibri doing some Mexican. She's doing some amazing steamed fish, and of course Ranveer Brar to finish it off. He's the biggest celebrity of India, MasterChef India, and he's one of our dear friends. His cooking style you love. He's making something called kele ke machi, which is basically plantain, right? Making using that as fish, replacement of fish. He's using plantain for replacing. So you'll learn a lot. Please spread the word, and you'll enjoy watching these classes. And that's what World on a Plate has for the world, right? So we want to showcase to the world, and we want to bring your style of cooking back here. And so bad, I don't know why. So let's have a great. I want to let you go with a smile on my face, saying Friday evening, get a drink, my friend. I'm gonna get a drink for you in your name, and thank you for being. And we miss you, and we see you soon.
I can't wait. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your whole team at World on a Plate and also the World Hunger Warriors. You are just you've come into this world as
so we'll show
human
you
beings, and
we'll show you my team. They're all here. Say hello.
Hello everyone. Hello team. You're all amazing. You've just to change the world with this one life that we have, and put everyone one foot forward, one after the other, until you start not only walking yourself but getting others to follow you and walk with you is outstanding. And all respect to everything you do, and have a wonderful rest of the evening and day, and I'll see you hopefully soon.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for logging on day 3 of World on a Plate. The excitement is just growing. We've got many exciting chefs coming tomorrow, and where to find us, WOAP.in. Make sure you go and donate, because many of them do not have a meal. So this whole cause is for the cause of hunger, and we are all here supporting the restaurant industry as well. So go and order your meals on World on a Plate. There are almost 35 restaurants who put up signature dishes for you. Please go and order. Please put in a little bit of donation.